Hey guys, hold on one second. Let me just get to the live chat. How's everybody doing? All right, so we have a little story time of what's going on here. Somebody got busted, and I'll tell you a story. So, once upon a time in the land of YouTube, there was this creator that came, and she came from Facebook, and then before that she scammed people in real life, and then she decided to come over to YouTube, but she really didn't even understand what YouTube was all about, and that YouTube was much different than Facebook. So in the over a year that she's been here, even though the channels are created 3 years ago. You can hear me? You can hear me, or you can't hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Okay, so she came over and immediately she started to attack people. And this has been going on for about a year, and that's been her main content besides streaming the news in a high-profile case. Well, got her two channel terminations. And then in the time that, as we read last night, when you have another community guideline strike and you're not supposed to be live or upload a video or you make a community post or be live on another channel or another one of your channels, this person felt they were above the rules, and they immediately went to another channel and made a vile video, which was reported several times by people, and it was so vile that YouTube terminated that entire channel. And so this person still didn't take a step back. They went right on another channel that they had, and they tried to behave themselves, but they still made lives the entire week, which they were not supposed to. They evidently forgot about a post they made that said they were going to be taking a break after Christmas. And they promised the community this marathon Christmas stream, and they said it was for the community. That was a lie. It wasn't for the community. It was because the channel couldn't be monetized. It didn't have enough view hours. They needed the view hours. Now, since the channel wasn't monetized, they decided to pull on the heartstrings of people. And they told them that channel's not monetized, we've lost all of our income. And what happened was they started a PayPal fundraiser that raised over $1,800, okay, for that 12-hour live stream. $1,800. But that still wasn't enough. The next day, they decided to come up with another plan. And I imagine, and it is my opinion, that they were probably sat around and said, what about that I said that I was already not going to be here after Christmas? It's all right. The subs are so stupid. They don't know anything, and they're mindless. Just, we won't even pretend that that you never even said that or wrote that. Don't worry about it. They're mindless. It's a cult, remember? Oh, okay. All right, so what's going to happen? And then, again, in my opinion, the moderator said, you know what? Let us go live, and we'll say you had a really bad doctor's appointment and you are really, really sick. Your blood pressure is sky high. You're like ready for a stroke. And we know you need 3 days to rest and recuperate. And we'll go live and we'll tell them this, and then we'll throw a new fundraiser at them. Okay, well, Sadfish, really good for you. So they went on and they said that They were going to be handling everything. They were going to be handling all the emails. They were going to be handling all the community posts. They were going to be handling all the comments. They would be handling everything. And they would even be going live. Of course, they needed to get those view hours up to get that channel monetized, right? Even though nobody should be on that channel because it's against YouTube terms of service, because it's a ban evasion, right? So, okay. Well, that didn't matter. Remember, they're above the rules. Okay, people have lost their channels for that, but they're above the rules. So they started off that live saying about that she was very, very sick in bed, has to take 3 days off. Yet when, and then they threw that fundraiser out there. And that fundraiser is almost up to $1,000. That's another $1,000 on top of the $1,800 some odd dollars, okay? All right. So that in the 2-3 days is $2,800 because everybody's worried about her income, right? Many creators don't even bring that in a month, but they're still sad fishing out there when, you know, it's $2,800 in 2 days. Okay, so, not to mention any ones that might have been missed in between, because there was two birthday funds too, right? One was over, what was $2,000, one was $700, what was it? Okay, and let's not forget the Christmas fund and the fake, in my opinion, legal fund. Okay, so last night when I went live, this moderator, whose head is on a chopping block right now, went on exactly when I did. And guess what? The person that was supposed to be on bed rest and so very, very, very ill, and you could tell there was something, it was weird, because if you have high blood pressure, why do you sound like you have the flu or something? Like, if you have high blood pressure, why are you talking like, hello, hi, I'm okay? Why are you talking like that? That shouldn't be from high blood pressure, okay? Are you trying to pretend you have the virus or something? What's up with that? Anyway, so that person came on, that creator came on, okay? I didn't watch that video, but I know people that did. That creator went on. And then they dropped off. The moderators finished the live stream. They kept pushing that PayPal throughout the whole thing. They pushed that PayPal. Okay? Her income stream has been taken away. And then she had a video about something about her income stream being taken away, and she blames it on everyone else and how everyone else is at fault for this. No, it's not anyone's fault but her own. That's the only person that's at fault for it, herself. Nobody did it to her. YouTube terminated her channel because what she did was against terms of service and she had repeated violations. YouTube suspended her for 7 days for community guidelines violations. That's all her doing. Nobody did that to her, okay? She did it. She blamed everybody else, started threatening that, you know, things are going to go happen to them and stuff like that, you know, the way they want to threaten. But it's just going to come back on them because they are the one that's responsible for it. So anyway, all day today, they have been announcing that Alive was going to be back on that channel that's been suspended for the last 7 days. And I was doing crafts, so I didn't see that, but apparently they went live, and when they went live, they were bombed with male genitalia. So they had to take that live down. Then they went live again. And I guess maybe that moderator was a little bit rattled. And the creator was backstage in StreamYards. So I don't use StreamYards, but I know people that do. So with the click of a button, they can bring the person up onto the panel, or they can keep the person backstage and chat with that person. Well, that moderator whose head's on the chopping block made a really bad mistake. And they brought the creator on panel, and in the background are the sounds of the casino. And this moderator's eyes went like that, and then they said, "Did I just bring you up on panel?" And they shut down the live, and they have not shown their face since. They have not shown their face since. So, in this story, what does it mean? It means that, allegedly, all of the moderators that were in on this knew that they were lying to all of the subscribers, that it was not a bad doctor's appointment, that she was not home resting, trying to get her blood pressure down, that she's been away at the casino. She knew she was going away. She let it out of the bag days before. They pretended then that the subscribers wouldn't remember. She's busted. She's busted. She's at the casino, spending that money. If she was really worried about her income, why would she be at the casino pumping that stuff through machines? If she really says her income was taken away and that this $2,800 doesn't even cover what her income would be from YouTube, why would she take the risk of losing that income in a slot machine? Suckers is what suckers. Yeah. She's not worried about her income.
She's trying to turn it into more money.
Yeah. She knows she has an unlimited amount of income because these poor saps believe anything she says. They are mindless. They're mindless. She controls their minds. She controls what they do. When she needs more money, she sells them another story. Her mods sell them another story. What a tangled web you weave and first you practice to deceive. Do you think that they are going to be upset that they've been lied to? Because right now they're all planning what they're going to say. Right now they're all coming up with some kind of concocted story. And all of these people in the side chat who cannot think for themselves are going to buy it hook, line, and sinker. Oh, is that what it was? I knew it. Oh my gosh. Oh, is that a joke? Oh, okay. So what kind of things could they come up with? That it was a total joke? That they knew that they were doing it? It was just a joke to make people laugh? That it was a troll? That it really wasn't her account, even though they'd been chatting with her behind the scenes? That really wasn't what you heard? That was really somebody's TV? Whatever they say, they're going to believe. That's pretty sad, but that's the story. That's the story. So, yeah. And she would like $1,500 in that second, $1,500 in that second fundraiser because her income has been slashed. But now with the other channel being off suspension, her monetization should be back on that, and she will be paid for whatever was there while she was away. It may be a month late, but she will be paid for it. Yeah, Ahmad did admit, yeah, but they could say that was a troll. They'll say that was a troll. There was a mod that admitted on another channel that she was at the casino. But we know what that could be. Oh, that was a troll account. That was a troll account. Don't give them any ideas. Yeah. Just so crazy. So, just very, very crazy. Let me see who's here. So that's the beginning of the story. Okay, let's see. Hi, Almost Famous. Hi, Anna. Hi, Ann Lee, Ashley Fawn, Barb Olson, Baroness Fahrenheit, Captain Lee Fan, Carol Clark, City Girl, Dandy Blooms, Danielle C, Deb on the Move, Doug, Gigi, 62, Granny's Watching, I'm Sunshine Sally, Jennifer Rochelle, Kelly, Bundizo, Kelly M, Kevin Leonard, Kubi, Lacey Alice, Lucy's World, Margot Ellingsworth, Mimi F, Misplaced Mama, hold on, somebody easily distracted, Doug, let's see where we are. Nana T, Nancy M, Nicole, Nightbot, Nona 617, Oliver, Peony, Puddin', Sassy Darcy Seasons, Sherry Shirley, Snow Remover, Susie B, Spy Waffle, let me just popped in there, I can't remember who that is. Tammy McD, Teresa Lilly, Tina Osborne, okay, Tracy Klaus, Vicky, Vintage Girl, Vintage Gal, Whisper to Me, what's that? I know I missed some that popped in here, Mr. My Melody, Kubi, okay, Ash Zeno, I know I missed some, but I think I got most of you. So, yeah, that's what's going on. So right now, probably privileges will be brought back from that moderator that brought that person, that creator back up on stage, up on the panel. Hi, Amanda Love. Hi, Michael. Yeah, where's our Michael? Haven't seen you in a while, Michael. Thanks, Nona. Good to see you. Hi, Amy Casey. Hi, Davida. Laura Anderson. So what do you guys think about that? Oh, he is here. Hi, Michael.
I need a styrofoam on these things. I would eat it.
Oh, stop it, Jimmy.
There is. There's like a layer on both sides. You see it?
No. Oh, of course. Yeah. Are you Churronis? Oh, you're not
No,
eating
they
all
are.
the Churronis, are you?
Not all of them. Look,
Yeah,
I didn't know there was styrofoam
It's
on
not styrofoam. It's edible paper, Jimmy.
That
That's
is?
Yes, you eat that.
You sure?
100%. That's
I
the whole.
haven't, and I start taking it off. It's
No,
good.
no,
I
no. That's the whole thing about being
Okay.
Italian. That's Lisa D and I. We said, oh my gosh, it's there's the other ones that used to come just wrapped in. You can eat the whole paper. It's like the greatest thing in the world. You eat the paper. Don't eat all those because that's something from my youth.
Oh.
You're great. You don't understand the significance of those. You've already eaten like half the box?
No, like I think that's gonna be like 5 or 6.
Wow,
Like that a lot?
that's a lot.
Not a lot for me.
Poor, she can't be expected to just lay in bed and give up. She must force herself to go to the casino before her. What's wrong with going to the casino when you're sick? It's something you enjoy and your doctor told you to relax. Seriously, Chris H? Okay. If that's true, why did they say she was resting in her bed? Why did they lie? There's a problem with lying to people, Chris H. If everything was fine, why didn't they say she's at the casino, the doctor told her to go to the casino, and that will help her? Why did they say she was resting in bed? Why? Why? Would you like me to send you a link and you can come up and talk about that? Well, apparently she doesn't have anything to spread, Jennifer, because it's high blood pressure. But if that's the case and she has high blood pressure and going to the casino will help her blood pressure go down, why did she sound like she had a virus when she came on? And why did they lie and say that she was resting in bed? And why would they end? Yeah, because that girl, they were freaked to freak out. You saw that moderator's eyes, like, what, go 5 times their size? You can't fake that shock. That's Rose's real shock. And all of the underlying health conditions. Remember that? Her family let her go. They said she was on the verge of going to the hospital. Really? They said that? On the verge. Going to the hospital. It's called Casino General. Did anyone else have chest pains a week after the booster, or would that be a symptom? I didn't have the booster. Jimmy, did you have any chest pains with the booster?
No.
No.
And I felt a little bad the next day.
You felt a little bad the next day.
I had a slight fever, and then for one day, that's it.
Her mom's insinuated she may die, Susie BC. I didn't watch the video. I only heard the little part where she came up and she had that, like, it sounded like she was trying to make herself sound sick, which was odd if it was high blood pressure, why she sounded sick like she had a virus. Let's see. She had one for her boyfriend too. What did she have for her boyfriend too? She'll have a grave fabricated to subs. Yeah, and I will tell you something else, okay, guys? I don't know, and I didn't say anything about it, okay? But a while ago, when all of that siren stuff was going on, and she was saying that she was so broken up and so upset because she thought he was going to do something to himself and that he ignored her and all this crap. First of all, the message he left her didn't sound at all like he was going to do something to himself. First, that's my opinion. But the second thing was, she said that she was crying so bad from it on the casino floor, and there was a man that just took his handkerchief out and gave it to her. Number one, would you take a handkerchief from a complete stranger, a handkerchief that was in his pocket that he could have blown his nose or wiped his mouth on? Would you take that from a complete stranger? The answer should be no. The next thing she said was she doesn't know what happened, but she was laying on the casino floor with these men kneeling beside her. And listen to this one. Somehow, on that casino floor, somebody managed to take her blood pressure. She doesn't say 911 was called. She doesn't say emergency services arrived. She doesn't say she was taken to the hospital. She says, though, that her blood pressure was high. She knew her blood pressure was high. And she called her doctor. And her doctor said, take your blood pressure pill. And she wants us to believe that someone from the casino went upstairs to her room, walked into her room, grabbed her blood pressure medication, brought that blood pressure medication down in the elevator, back down across the casino floor, and they gave her that blood pressure medication. And her subscribers bought that hook, line, and sinker. And do any of you think that story is true? Do any of you think somebody from the casino could just go up in her room and get her blood pressure medication and bring it down? Do you think that's true? I think it's rare if something truthful comes from her mouth. That's my opinion. Hi, Michael. I think the majority of things that come from her mouth are untrue. And that's my opinion. She never says anyone called an ambulance. She never says she went into the hospital to be checked. But somehow they knew what her blood pressure was. Somehow she called her doctor from laying on her back on the casino floor. Somebody went and got her blood pressure medication. And she rested at the casino. And they bought that. And these subscribers, who obviously don't question anything, obviously by anything she says, all believe this. 100%, from the handkerchief to the fainting to the man going in the room and bringing down the pills. You say, can you imagine laying on the floor of, yeah. Can you imagine how disgustingly dirty that casino floor is? And the people's shoes that have been stepping in urine and feces and vomit and who knows what else all over that carpeting, and you're laying there on that floor. With another man's handkerchief that you don't know from Adam's house cat, wiping your eyes and your nose with this man's handkerchief. And then having some stranger go up to your room and rifle through your things in order to find your blood pressure medication, to bring your blood pressure medication down and with his grimy hands open it and hand you that pill that you put in your mouth? I'm gonna take just a short poll here. I'm gonna say, let's see what happens. That's a poll for you guys. Do you guys see the poll? Okay. 4% believe it. Okay. 95% do not believe it. 5% believe it. 5% of you believe that story. Okay. Okay. That, you know, if you called any hotel, any casino, any resort, and you said, would one of your staff members, without a search warrant, without the police telling you to do it, would one of your employees take your room key, your card, and go to your room to get your medication? No. They may escort you there if you needed help. If you couldn't make it, they could get you a wheelchair maybe and take you up in a wheelchair, but they're not going to go. They're not going to go in your room and go especially take your medication, because they could be accused. They don't know what kind of medication you have. Maybe you have narcotics. Maybe you have stimulants. Maybe you have other kinds of medication. And then you can accuse them of taking that other medication. They're not going to risk that. Okay? They're not going to risk that. That they're going to be rifling through your medication to bring you down some pills. You must be on a computer. Why are you luring them to the room? So 91% of you say no, that didn't happen. You don't believe it. Okay. A Texas warrior too. Who was the other Texas somebody? Texas warrior, and then there was Texas somebody. Texas Mustang. Yeah, 10% believe that story. Must have some of her subs over here. We know they watch us. They must be voting. Hi, Carol Plant. So yeah, 90% say no. That's... But she thought about this story. She claims she's so intelligent, right? She's so intelligent. Everyone is so stupid. Everyone is such a moron. Everyone is totally clueless. But she thought about that story. And never once did she think, wait a minute. First of all, why am I putting that handkerchief in there? Nobody would take a handkerchief in a pandemic. And second, why am I saying I passed out on the floor and somehow my blood pressure was miraculously taken? We don't know by who. And why am I saying that somebody went up in my room and brought me my medication? That is just not believable. See, because any intelligent person, any person that's intelligent would know that is not going to fly. So I have a hard, but like I said, I believe most things that come from her mouth are lies. So the fact that she says she's intelligent, in my opinion, is another lie. Because no intelligent person, in my opinion, would use that story. If she passed out on the floor, they would have called emergency services. EMS would have been there. They wouldn't take the liability. They don't know why she passed out. They would have called someone. They wouldn't have just said, oh, okay, you want to just call your doctor from your cell phone while you're on the floor? Okay. And your doctor says, just take that medication? All right, Carlos, can you take this woman's key, go up to her room? Where's the medication? It's in your suitcase in the upper pocket with your other meds. Okay. And what's the name of that medicine? Write that down, the name of that medicine. Okay, and she has other meds in there. Don't touch those, okay? All right. Yeah, just bring her down the bottle of this name, okay? All right, Carlos. We'll see you in a little bit. Exactly, Shelley Love. When was the last time anyone spoke directly to the doctor anyway? Yeah. Marcus Welby? Are you there? Oh, hi, Marcus Welby. Listen, I'm on the casino floor. I think my blood pressure is through the roof. What should I do?
I thought it was Dr. Alice.
Okay, just take that medication? All right, they're going to send Carlos up to my room. All right, thanks. Hi, Judy. Good night.
This is pretty good, huh?
Jimmy. Oh my gosh.
Oh, what? I say that's you.
Dr. House. But who's gonna believe that? Like, even if you thought of that and you're like, come on, nobody's going to believe that, especially now. When you check in a hotel, they're so secretive about your room number with, like they won't even write your room number on anything. They don't want to write it on anything. They want to give you like a little slip of paper that you keep away from those cards. I mean, it's... But now they're going to take her card and go right up there, Carlos. And Carlos is going to take that liability that she could then say, Carlos did this, that, and the other thing. He's eating chocolate cherries or something. My daughter bought me a bunch of food items, and he's been eating everything. Jimmy, can I have my glass is there with limeade, just a little limeade with ice. You've got the heat like on 3,000 degrees, please. Shit. Oh, so done with it? Yeah. Apparently so. supposed to be in bed resting, but one of her moderators brought her from backstage on StreamYards onto the panel, and you can hear casino noises in the background and the moderator's eyes, and said, "Did I just bring you up on panel?" and ended the live. And they haven't been back. That moderator has their head on a chopping block. Maybe some doctors have special home visits programs for whole body. Makes it easier than mobile. Mary Tackett. No, they took it down immediately, Kubi, but there is, I believe Granny's Watching has a clip of it on a short. If you go to Granny's Watching, she has a clip of it. Mm-hmm. Big old oopsie, yeah. So they'll weasel out of it somehow, you know, but if they want to say it was a joke, you could clearly see in that moderator's face that was real shock. That's what happens when you lie, right, Bridget? But there are so many lies, and then this person says, I don't lie, I don't lie. But, I mean, any hotel is going to tell you they're not going to send somebody up. Like the housekeeping staff, yes, they're going to go in your room if you don't put that do not disturb sign on there, and they're going to clean your room and put fresh towels and whatever in there, okay? But they're not going to go get your medication for you and stuff like that. Jimmy, maybe you didn't hear me. I said, could I have a little limeade and with some ice in my glass over there?
No, I didn't hear you.
Oh, okay, thank you, please.
Yes,
I thought that was my
Yes, right
limeade
behind.
you were bringing me.
That's mine.
Okay.
I hear you.
Hi, Julie W.
Where's your glass you said over here?
It's the Kentucky Derby one on the other counter. Almost, yes, exactly, Kevin Leonard. I couldn't even believe the eyes could open any more than that. That was like the, oh my gosh, what did I do?
Is that good?
No ice.
Yeah, put some ice.
No, it's okay.
Of course. Are you
It's all right. I said ice, but it's okay. I'm good. I'm good. No, I'm good with it, Jimmy. No,
Put some ice.
I'm
Stop.
good, Jimmy.
I always want to try to put ice in. You always say, no, I don't want ice. And next time, you'll say, I didn't want ice this time.
Yeah, I said,
Yeah.
but I said ice. All right, thank you.
Hi, man.
Is gambling way?
Any other kind of just watchers or just people who just watch, not ramblers? Hi to you all too. Yeah, and you other folks too. Hi to you too.
I said 5, not 6. Yeah. But did you see Mark Means was finally disqualified? Yes. Yeah, I did see that. Seasons. He always forgets my story. The whole time I was sick, right? He'd bring me something and I had to drink with a straw, and I'd always go, oh, you forgot the straw. He goes, oh gosh, the straw. The entire time he forgot the straw. The entire time. And then to make up for it, he started bringing 2 straws, putting 2 straws in. I gotta go. I got to go eat, not gamble, but I know several people who work there. They know nothing about her falling, and there is no way they would go to that room to get meds. Yeah, especially meds of all things, you know? Even as an employee, if they said it was all right for you, yeah, go up to that person's room and get their meds. The employer should say, no freaking way am I going and getting meds, because she could accuse me of anything. You know, she could go up there and say, I had a bottle of Ativan and it was gone, right? Who is going to put themselves in that position? You can help me, Rhonda. You can still buy them. If she fell, an ambulance would have been called. Exactly. They're not going to risk it that she could be having a heart attack and she's going to die in their resort because they didn't call, and then her family's going to sue them because they didn't call an ambulance. It's so ridiculous that anybody would even believe that. She could accuse anything. Exactly, Betsy. But you have to imagine, and she had time. She had time to come up with this story. Why? Here's the thing. When people lie, a lot of times they put a lot of extraneous stuff in there. If you remember Jodi Arias, right? They put a lot of extraneous stuff in there that doesn't need to be in there. And we have seen this in this creator before with the whole tire story, and you had the biscuits involved and a bunch of other stuff, right? And a man that told her she looked so good or something, right? Well, if you had all this time to make this up and this is what you came up with, it's pretty bad. Because if somebody would run that by me, let's just say, and said, like, if I was this person's mom, what do you think of that? I'd be like, that's not going to fly with them. That's how much they think of them. Why in the world would she have to put that she passed out, called the doctor, and got the blood pressure medication? If she was going to lie about that, wouldn't it just as easily been more believable if she said she was sitting at this slot machine, she broke down in tears, the guy next to her said, what's wrong? Did you lose all your money? And she said no. And then probably if you were asked, let's say, you know those SRA cards, we're going to take it the other way. When you read the story and you have to, if somebody said, okay, here's what you have to do. You have to fabricate a believable story of why this woman would end up in her hotel room waiting for her blood pressure to go down from the casino floor. And I don't think anybody would come up with what she said. So let's just say if I was asked to do that, I would say, okay, then she was really upset and she was crying, and because she thought this person was going to harm himself and he wouldn't answer her calls, and she could tell her blood pressure was rising because the back of her neck was getting so hot, and she could feel the veins in her neck bulging, and her face was so red, and she knew it, and she was getting a terrible headache, and she had to get up to her room where she had her portable blood pressure monitor that she never goes anywhere without because her blood pressure is that high. And she walked to the elevator, rode the elevator up to her room, went into her room and took her blood pressure, and oh my gosh, it was so high. So she called her doctor, and they paged the doctor that was on call. The on-call doctor said, wow, that's high. Take a pill, and if it doesn't start to go down, you're going to have to go into the hospital. Okay? And then she could say exactly what she said, that she laid in that bed all night long worried about this friend. Why in the world did she have to put that other stuff in there? See, that's where she makes big mistakes. And that's because, sadly, in my opinion, she is not fill in the blank. Sadly, she involved her daughter, saying she refused to let her on the laptop, but was on her cell phone. Her daughter, believe me, that 21-year-old daughter has even said things against me. She is totally connected with the mother. So, please don't forget. Please don't forget. Remember that guy, always remember and never forget. That was Schneider. Always remember and never forget the people around this person that are benefiting from what this person is doing. Those would be people that are getting a GoPro, an iMac, an iPad Pro, security system for their house. The people around this person are benefiting. And it wouldn't surprise me if this person said, "You want those nice things? You want that nice stuff? You better do what I say. You better do exactly what I say." That wouldn't put it past. That's my opinion. That's my opinion. You don't do what I say, don't expect anything. You want to go against me? Let's see what I get you. Just woke up and here you all are. Hi, Pamela. See, somebody said a long time ago, well, actually, it was in a video that went down the wrong pipe. Wow, I swallowed that wrong. Somebody said a long time ago in a question and answer video on the Adult Child's channel, what would you do? And it was a question and answer for mother and daughter. The question was posed to the mother, what she would do with $1 million. And the first thing that she said, she would pay off the other adult daughter's mortgage. The reason I think she said this is because she, allegedly, destroyed that daughter's credit, which allegedly means that whatever mortgage she got was probably unbelievably high percentage of interest, and the daughter could be saying thank you a lot for that, mother. And she might feel guilt about that. And that's why that was the first thing that came to her mind. And that can be where she wants to raise this money, why she wants to raise this money. Oh my gosh, Kelly B. Why did you get ice in that drink? So remember that. There's probably a lot of guilt. There was a podcast that used to be, I think it was Criminal One. And this mother actually stole her daughter's identity, did all this stuff in her daughter's name. I have to listen to that again. My daughter and I listened to that on the way to somewhere. It was just crazy. And the mother was completely entitled, thought she had every right to use her daughter's social security number, her identity, everything. And ran her into bankruptcy and everything else. Okay? So, yeah. So that could be something she's trying to make up to the daughter, and could very well be where a lot of that money has gone. The other thing is, somebody that is a gambler will always think they can double, triple, quadruple the money, right? And then even when they lose it, just get a little more and I'll make it back. And they might have a couple of wins and they might start feeling good. Ultimately, they usually lose it all, right? So it could also be that saying, well, wait, if I could get 30, what did she have, like $35,000 in these fundraisers at least? If I could get $35,000 and take that to the casino, okay, I could double that money I could bring it to 70,000. And then I'll put the 35 back and I'll just take that other 35 and I'll double that. And they always think they're going to be okay. And even if they put that 35 back and, okay, now I'm just gambling with the winnings, when they lose that 35, then they start to say, all right, I'm just going to take 10 of that other 35 because I got to make that back because I'm back where I started from. I need to get to at least that 70. And it's just, forget it, right? Forget it. It's what happens. It's an addiction because they can't stop. Even if they win, even if she tripled it, she wouldn't just be able to pack it up and go back if she has an addiction. If she has an addiction, she's always thinking, I can make it more. I could take it and I can do it again. It's an addiction because you can't stop. You have no control over it. It's not somebody that just goes to the casino and says, oh, we're in town, there's a casino, we'll take $400 and go in there. And there are people there that could take that and put $100 in and be up $300 and leave and just be happy. Just be like, oh, wow, $300, okay, bye. And they don't sit there and they're not dreaming about it and they're not salivating over it and they're not thinking, they're not laying in bed and tossing and turning that they have to get down there again. But that's a person that doesn't have an addiction. It's on Granny's watching channel, California Jessie. So, $20,000 would have been, you know, what is the price of the daughter's house? Houses are very cheap in Florida. Houses are very cheap in Florida in some places. You know, what did she need to pay off that mortgage? Or at least take a chunk out of it. $20,000? No, but if she could take that $20,000 and make it $40,000, and then take that 20 and make it 40. Hi, Bunny darling. You know, maybe she could get it to $100,000. And maybe that would repair their relationship. You've been following since Facebook? Silly Willy? It's your birthday? Nicole, happy birthday. Well, I know, Kelly, it's so funny because I told you this, right? My son Michael, during the winter a few years ago, when they opened up the new resort over here in Casino, he was just driving around and he heard on the radio they had a dealer's school. And, you know, the restaurant's kind of slow in the winter, and he thought, well, wow, it's like, I don't know how many days a week it was. He said, I'm going to go to that school. He's really good at math. He was a phenomenal dealer. He kept saying, Mom, they keep wanting me to go around and teach all these women, and because he could do the math like, he's like, some of these people can't do the math, Mom. And it's like, so anyway, he ended up meeting a girl there, of course, and her mother. And so he worked for a little bit of time up there as a blackjack dealer. Blackjack, and there's another, I can't remember the other game. It's an Asian game. And they loved him. They said he would be a pit boss, he would be this, he would be that. He couldn't stand the atmosphere. And this was a brand new place, okay? He couldn't stand it because of what you ultimately end up seeing happening there, right? People losing their shirts, people that can't stop, people that are angry that they've lost, and some guy threatened to kill him, okay? Because he lost everything. He said, Mom, this guy was he's like, he came up from the city, and he said to my son, this is what he said, listen to me, white boy. This is what he said to him. I'm waiting for you in the parking garage, and when you come down, I'm going to kill you. You took all my money. So my son was like, what? So he told the, the supervisor there on the floor, this guy says he's going to kill me, okay? They escorted him to his car that night, but that was like the beginning of the end, because it's too much. But anyway, so the funny thing was there was a soft open for the resort. So they invited the family, and Ray and I went, and they give you this fake casino money, right? Because you're testing all the dealers. It's because, right? And that was, I mean, it was fun, you know, like, because you're not playing with any real money. It's fake money. So Ray and I had a good time, and then, you know, we ate, and we had his girlfriend there. But then the next time we went, I took my daughter just to get something, because they have nice restaurants there, okay? So she came in off the bus, and I said, do you want to go to this restaurant over there? But they weren't all open, and oh my gosh, she had like the worst experience at this restaurant. And she was like so pissed. Oh, she was so pissed. And then I think, wasn't then that we went, okay, we went back with Ray. So it was me, Ray, and Allie. And I don't think Michael was even there. He wasn't even working then. He was at the restaurant. And we went there because they had, everybody that goes there gets for like free $20 on your little card. Literally, my daughter and I got the $20, and that's it. I played the $20 and nothing else. My daughter got that $20, and she kept saying, she was getting down to 13, and she was going, this is disgusting. Who does this? Who can do this with their money? And my daughter makes a, you know, she's, you know, she has a really good job and everything, but she was so disgusted. And then when she lost everything, she goes, oh no, that's right. No, hold on a minute. This is the best one. I lost my $20. Okay, that's it, $20. She cashed out at $13. And that bad bowl of ramen she had, this is so funny. She said to me, I'm cashing out this $13. This is horrible. I don't want to do this. This is disgusting. So she goes, now I feel better though. I go, why? She goes, because that $13 covers that horrible, horrible ramen that I had over there. But never would she want to go back. Never would she put her own money in there. And I wouldn't want to do that either, okay? Yes, there are times that I went to Atlantic City when I was younger, okay, for fun with cousins and relatives and stuff. And because my mother wanted to go there one time in her life. But yeah, it's not like I have to go there like every week and throw all my money in the machine and just keep going on and on and on. And then I was in there on a real estate convention. But it's different for a lot of people. But my daughter was hysterical. So yeah, I don't even know why I'm telling that story. But some people, like, okay, you know, like my brother, like if he's in Atlantic City for something, he's like, oh, I'll go there. But he said, I'm going to take whatever I'm going to take. If I'm going to take $300, it's $300. And that's it. That's going to be my entertainment for the night. And if the $300 is gone, it's gone. I'm not going to take more money out. And if I'm winning, then that's it. Like I went to Florida. I like to play bingo. Like up here, we played bingo as kids. Okay. And it's cheap. It's cheap to get. You buy the little cards, and the jackpot is $200. Okay, and it's a whole night that you sit there with your friends and you play bingo up here in the Catskill Mountains, right? Well, when I went down to Florida, I went to the Hard Rock in Seminole, where they had the casino and they had the bingo, and I just wanted to play bingo. Well, listen to this, guys. I go in there, and I won $1,000. Okay? And I was like, whoa. And the person I was with said, okay. So they took like, I think it was that I won 1,000. And they took 900 and they gave me 100 and they said, got the 900 here, play with the 100. And with the $100 I played, I don't know, a couple of hours or something. Ultimately, I lost that. But then I got up and I left with $900. Okay? But that's kind of it. But there are people that will sit there and be like, no, I'm not going to go out and lose. Let me have another, and they'll go through everything that they have. And then I just felt good and let's go. But I didn't have to go back like the next day and think like I'm going to win another $1,000. And I get upset if I lose. Like, I'm not good. Like my daughter. Like, if I'm putting in, even if it's $20 or $40, I'm like, wait a minute, I don't want to lose that. Just like in a slot machine. And I don't like the slot machines they have now, that they're all computerized. I feel like it's really easy for them to rig those. I don't like those at all. So I don't like to do anything like that. Yeah, one time, Kelly B. One time. I played bingo there that one time in that Hard Rock casino. Right, you'll end up giving it back. So, like I say, if you're on a convention and you go in there and you say, I'm going to go in with $100, I'm going to go in with $300, whatever. People do that, and that's just a thing of entertainment for them. But they're not addicted that they've got to go back every week, every week, every week, every week. Some people are. And it's a real addiction, and it's a real sickness. You can email me, Silly Willy, if you hit a exclamation email. You can let me know what you're talking about. You know, so some people can have just a little fun, and that's it. Has anyone watched Hacks? Mm-mm. You don't have casino clothes. I get bored as well. Yeah. You won 2,000. I went in, but it's no good because I always think I can do it again. Yeah. And that's what happens. Especially for people that have addictive personalities. Yeah. You take your mother to the casino. Yeah, well, I mean, if she enjoys it and she doesn't have an issue with it, that's okay. I play the vending machine. But, you know, it's, might as well throw your money out of the window. The only thing, yeah, with slot, that's what I'm saying. With slots, yeah, Kashmir, it's not. Especially with the computerized slots, I feel like they are just ridiculous. All the news, stress, winning, losing, yeah. And you could tell, like, the last time that this creator went there, and she was so filled with vitriol that she made that video, the one that was reported, the one that terminated that one channel. There was so much hatred in her voice. There is no way in the world, and it was supposedly her birthday, that you could tell me that this person had a good day. You know? You won $2,500 on a 50-cent. I woke up and my ex and 2 kids, and we left the casino. I refused to give it time back. Yeah. The new computer ones are like vacuums. Yes, they're horrible. That's the, like, when we were playing that $20 card that they give us, I'm like, this is ridiculous. It's not even fun. And then you've got to bet, like, you've got to bet across, and it's like, so it will say 25 cents, or is it, but you're betting, like, what is it, like at least $1.25 each time or something, and that goes fast. No, you didn't win. No, you didn't. Oh, you won 50 cents. Oh, great. Yeah. Yeah, Vicky, I'd rather get something tangible for my money that, you know, we need and can use and has some value, or than just putting it into a machine. They don't call it lost weight. Lost wages. Hi, Historic Publishing. I do buy a lotto ticket. Yeah, a lotto ticket, you know, come on. If there's a big jackpot, yeah, buy a lotto ticket. If you buy, you know, if you're buying $4,000 in lotto tickets, you might have a problem. Remember that soap opera where that guy bought all those, Benny, I think his name was, bought all those lottery tickets, and he had everything but one number, some crazy thing, and he spent his whole life savings on it, and then he lost everything. I forget what soap opera that was. But essentially, she's using their money to gamble, right? She's not using her money. She's using their money to gamble. So, and she probably thinks she has a system. She probably thinks she can know the machine. She probably thinks she can double the money, triple the money, quadruple the money. Right, Doug, but then I think she's figuring out, well, crap, I'm going to have to show where this money is. I didn't double it, I lost it, now I'm going to need more. So maybe another fund, okay, $2,900, I'm going to take $2,900 there, I'm going to try to make back the $20,000, right? If I can only make back the $20,000, right? It's crazy. Yep, Lisa Thomas, I believe you. Bingo's fun in the summer, you know. I mean, if it's a nominal amount the kids can play. I haven't played it in years, but we used to play it as kids in the summer. She would have had an actual house if she didn't blow all the money. Probably, maybe. I don't even think, someone said she doesn't even own that house. I don't know. Yeah, they're really weird now, Christy. I don't like them. But I mean, there's just been so many fundraisers, and now can't imagine with the hopes to win 20,000. That's like, yeah, of course your blood pressure is going to be sky high when you're not winning, and you have to show that somehow. Hi, Chickadee. I went to the bingo, yes, with a friend. We agreed to share any winnings. Yeah. I mean, bingo's like, so it takes a long time. It's the entire night. It's all, you know which games they're playing. Her community doesn't mind being lied to. I don't think so, Snow Remover. They buy all the lies. Stick to chess. Hunt a killer. On this I've been watching. I've never. Too many. Very just easy. She tries to lie her way out being busted. Yeah, there'll be some lie for it. Oh, it's just to make them mad. Yeah, right. Anybody that believes that, you can see it in that moderator's face that was not planned. Hey, Ethan, come on. Telling you, boys, just so bad. Did you hear what he did, Jimmy? Yeah. You've gone to visit your aunt in the 90s at the home she was in, and we played bingo. You never won. I'm telling you, that's life with boys. They think everything is funny. They think that stuff is so funny. Or she will come up with something and pull the old diapers. Oh, Duper's Delight. Yeah. They just thought I could go out and they wanted to do something special. I don't think about boys. Oh, I don't know about boys. Or have sisters. You have sisters and a daughter, Amy? Yeah. Well, I shouldn't say that about boys, because my girlfriend had 4 girls, and her girls were one time on the phone, and I was training her, and the daughter didn't know she was on it. She came and she burped into the phone. Oh my gosh. This person was mortified. Hunter brought her up, also asked her, and it can be heard. Did I bring you up? Yep. Yeah, did I bring you up? Yep. And supposedly a moderator admitted she was at the casino. Yep. You love having lunch. Children, freaking children. I never see boys. You've raised 5 boys? Hi, Amberlyn. Hold on a minute. Gosh, these people are like going crazy now. You had 5 girls and 1 boy. The bingo ladies are lethal. They are, and they all go, just touch the money when they win. Touch the money. Oh, that sounds like something my brothers would have done. You're always intimidated by the person playing the slots next to you. Like, I need to go back to college. Yeah, well, it's different now with like how you because it used to be you put the coins in, you used to have the, and then you pulled the handle, and now it's all computerized. Probably more emotional. That's what it is. Help me, Rhonda. Girls are much more emotional. And they hold on to stuff more than boys and stuff. You haven't seen Scooter since Christmas? Really? She was on 2 nights ago. Not last night, the night before. Bingo was illegal there for a period of time. It was called Beano. No, like even in the resorts you play in. I remember when we were in Florida, they would always play, and you'd play for prizes. I loved playing bingo with the. I played with mostly the old people. I was like 8, 9 years old. I would go down because in the condo we were in, they would play bingo. I loved it. I played with all these, and it was just like one card at that, like at the resorts, and like when we went to Skytop Lodge and something, it was one card, and they did play for money, but it was a nominal amount, and but then the hotels and stuff, you played for prizes, like, oh, you won a hairbrush. Hi, John Wasaki. Hi, Oliver. Tevis. Mike. City Girl. Do you have the... It's on Granny's Watching channel. It's a short. It's a short. Oh, there's 2 Scooter. I'm going to open the phone lines if you want to call in. Okay. Hey, Robert Bob. Bingo was fun, even if you lose. Yeah, you're not really. I mean, it's, you don't hear most people like, I lost 10,000 at bingo. I really do like this thing that I made. I do want to put a candle in it because I think it'll look really cool because it'll look like the lights are coming from right out of the storefront windows. You played Niagara Falls, only going to spend 20. When we went to Niagara Falls, when we were walking around, we walked right by the casino. We never even went inside. I'd rather go on there. Like I was going in the little shops, and I remember I even got these cute little Annalee. I forgot the no, that was Lake Placid. But whatever, I would buy something else over there that I could take back with me. I feel like that heart made wise. I don't think I would jumping up and like big, oh, okay, thank you. $20. Deborah Scooter has you deceased. What? Okay, Doug. Oh my gosh, my kids with this stuff. Luke is forcing himself to burp, and the other one is. Folks, that way I kind of do. But I wished I could be more of a effervescent when I'm happy about something. Yeah, I don't know if I could do it like on the stage. Like, when it's even, I don't know. What medical profession would ever actually advise a person with elevated blood pressure out of control to go to a casino for R&R? Yeah. And probably would say that's the worst place for you to be during a pandemic as well, right? Hi, Tabitha. We have 8 people lined up. See, Silly Willy, I'm not sure what you're talking about, that's what I'm saying. If you could email me, that would be helpful. You've been having... What are you guys talking about? You're 2 months in the hospital, John? Oh, no. I didn't know it was that long. I hope you get out soon. Hi, Mimi.
Are you looking up at me, Carolyn?
What?
That's what it looks like you're looking up at my picture.
Oh, yeah. Well, I do look up at the picture when someone comes on. This sounds funny because they can't really, I don't see me looking at them, but, I feel like I should look at them.
You look really good.
Oh, thanks.
You look like you were like 30 years old when you came on without your makeup right after you got better. I'll trade you with your porcelain skin. No, my husband, like, occasionally he like looks over at YouTube and he's like, who's that babe? I'm like, get up.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh, hi, help me,
What do you,
Martha.
so
So, what do you think of this?
I think that we need to be patient because I think it's just all gonna come crumbling down eventually. Because I see it with my clients because they have hubris and they think they're just gonna always get away with something.
Right.
And they eventually they do get caught. And that's when they come crying and they're calling the lawyer's office and they're always like, oh, and they lie all the time to their lawyers. And we always tell our clients, do not talk to your victims, do not talk to their family, don't say any, if you're like claiming, which I think she's probably going
Thank
to
you,
face a
Patty
criminal
H.
charge
Thank you.
eventually. You can't say anything when you're involved in any type of legal system. You're always going to be told by your attorney to shut your mouth.
Right. Yeah, of course. Especially if you're suing somebody for harassment and you're making like these hate-filled videos, they'd be like, "Hey, what the heck are you doing?"
They would have dropped her already.
Oh yeah. Yeah. No, they would have said she's, out of control. She's out of control. She can't handle,
The
no.
only attorney she may have, there's like a group of attorneys and you pay them like a subscription every month and you could get like consults with them, but they can't represent you like in a social media setting. If it's a
Right.
social media case, they can't.
Right. Right.
So they'll write you a letter, they'll advise you, they'll even sit with you. Well, now it's all Zoom. Forget about even going to an office. But they would absolutely have told her to stop that behavior.
Yep.
I mean, because we will refund clients and we will withdraw from a case. If they don't want to listen to us, we're out of there.
Yep.
And gladly give them their refund.
Yep. Yep. So.
I mean, I always think about there has to be something good in everybody or something caused them to behave this way. And I feel like she has some type of self-hatred. And I do feel that with her. She's got some type of self-hatred. That's why she hates so many other people.
Oh, of course. Usually it is because it's everything they feel inside about themselves that they projected everything onto other people. They're miserable in their own life. Absolutely miserable.
It's really sad, but she's going to get caught very, very soon.
Yep.
And YouTube, I don't even know what they're doing with their TOS.
Mark means, yeah.
They're not following it.
Well, yeah, that's what I was saying. Like to anyone that did lose a channel because of a violation, an evasion of a ban, and then they see somebody like this, going on two different channels, I think they would be so mad. Like, wait, if you're going to do this, you better do it across the board, not just for some
Absolutely.
people.
I'm sure there are a few creators that have lost their channels.
Oh yeah. There's one
they-
big one that lost the channel for a ban evasion just recently, and that's what I'm saying. That person should be up in arms and say, "Wait a second! If I lost my channel, this person better lose their stuff."
Well, we kind of looked today, my boss and I, how you can contact YouTube about TOS violations, and they have a whole bunch of violations. So when we went into it, it's not very user friendly.
Right.
Because once you go and you say like this is a problem,
Ouch.
then they go click next, and it takes you to another page. You have several selections, and even
Yeah.
if you choose a selection, you can't submit the report. You
Right.
can't. I think it's only creators that can submit a report.
Well, some can. I mean, there are things you can report, like abusive titles and things like that are they put someone's name there, like and declare them something. There's things.
I
to
think
report
I think
on.
we just need to be patient because it's all coming tumbling down.
Yeah, I'm sure it is because the money's only gonna last, so long. Hi, Doug.
Yeah. Is that Doug?
Hello, I'm still got a mouthful of sandwich, so I'm going
Okay.
to mute myself.
Okay,
What? Hey, Doug, how you feeling?
he's eating a sandwich.
He's eating sandwich, so that's
Yeah.
good.
That's good.
I ate too much tonight. I mixed Rayo's garlic with the marinara because I had too much meat.
Right.
But it was so good.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Yep. It is.
Rayo's is a very good sauce because, like, my mother-in-law, she would never buy any type of jar sauce. She doesn't do that.
Right.
She cooks
Right.
like for the whole day.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And I'm like, I can't do that because I work and I wish
No,
I
it's
could.
a very good one if you want one that's close. And so there's a Little Italy one too that's really good.
I haven't tried that.
I don't know if we
All right,
might just get
I'm
the-
done.
Okay. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How about you guys?
Okay. Better. Much better.
You look better.
Yeah. I know. I was.
She looks amazing.
My son's girlfriend, I said, how's she doing? He said, she's doing okay. She just had a little bit of sore throat, kind of like a cold symptoms. So that's good. She's not.
Hi, Mimi.
And
Hey, Doug.
it's
First
expensive.
time
and we
hearing
can
your
get on
voice.
sale.
Yes, it is. Yours too. I think also a lot of people, like, this is the time that you get the cold or you get the flu. And I think a lot of people are a little bit confused whether or not they actually have this. And so the COVID testing here in Florida, we have tons of lines.
Oh, I
for COVID
know. I know.
testing.
John Crimes has it, and he showed the lines in Georgia. It
It's
was
crazy.
literally. I can't even tell you the line. Like, maybe when we went to get tested, there was nobody.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's changing. I
They
think
just-
because people are so scared. And, we have a no mask mandate here. And I do believe that, this is my opinion, that there are a lot of people who never got vaccinated that they weren't wearing their mask just because they could. Just
I'm
because
sure.
they had that option.
Oh, I'm sure.
And so now they're all freaking out. And they're like, oh my goodness, we're going to go get these tests. And we did buy home tests. And we kind of wasted them, to tell you the truth. And now I wish I didn't because Amazon now won't send them to me until January 6th through the 13th.
Wow.
And I mean, they're low on stock as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I got a call and set up my appointment for my booster tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I want to get my booster as soon as I can.
When can you get that, Carolyn? Because you just
I have to
were
find
sick.
out. I have to find out. I'm going to call and find out when I can get it. Because I've also had, you have to remember, I had the monoclonal antibodies too. So,
Yeah.
like, what is that? Like, what is that about? So,
Well, I
find
know
out.
that my sister came to Florida and she got monoclonal. She got the same thing you did, except for the injections in the stomach.
Mm-hmm.
And she wasn't able to get her vaccine, they said, when she went back to where she lives for 90 days.
So I've heard that, and then my daughter said something like 1 month, but she didn't get the antibodies. My daughter, she had the breakthrough and she didn't get the antibodies. So I had to find out.
Well, you're looking so well, and your community is extremely relieved because we were stressing out.
I was too. I didn't feel like I was ever going to get back to normal.
I hope that you don't get that thing my dad got, like that COVID fog thing.
The COVID what?
He has COVID fog brain thing.
Oh, I hope not.
Yeah, like he keeps calling my sister my name and
Oh, well, I do that. I
Yeah.
call Ethan Luke and Ethan all the time, and I go, you know
Yeah.
which one I mean. Yeah,
I must have it, and I haven't had COVID yet.
yeah. Ethan, Luke and Ethan. I'm not Ethan. Who cares? You know who I'm talking about. I've had
Just
that.
be like George Foreman, name all his boys George.
Yeah.
is that not the craziest thing? And imagine how messed up their credit score is going to be.
Oh my
There's like 5 of them, don't you?
That's
Yeah.
so strange. Why would he do?
There's at least one that has bad credit.
Maybe he thought they would get jealous because that, well, then
They didn't get his
wanted-
name.
They didn't get his name, so he gave them all his name. Yeah.
That's crazy. I did own a George Foreman grill thing at one point.
Mm-hmm. I think
I
everybody
You
like,
did.
know,
I like
how
mine.
you get well, I don't have it anymore. I donated it. But you know when you get like a fad type of device where everybody's buying it,
Yeah.
and like 2 years later you're like, why did I buy this?
Yeah.
I don't really need it. They had them at one point where they were very small.
Yeah, they had
And so
small
we-
ones, big ones.
yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder if they still make those.
Oh, I'm sure they
Yeah,
probably
they do.
Hi, Shauna.
Yeah, I'll tell you about my bingo experience. I was like you, it's a bunch of old ladies playing, and I'd never done this kind of bingo before. And so, man, I got my dauber and I'm all there, and they're calling out the numbers, and all of a sudden, I'm like, wow, I got a bingo, and I yell bingo, and I hear old ladies wrinkling up their papers and throwing them on the floor. And the lady comes by and she looks at mine. She goes, "That's not a bingo. We're playing blackout." And I'm like, "What?"
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
they get kind of aggressive.
Yeah, I had to have
I know.
all of them. And oh man, those
And they
old
know
ladies.
everything. Yeah, the Red Cross. We're playing the Red Cross. We're playing the inside corner. We're playing the inside square. The what else? The red. Did they have a red robin or something? Round robin, or something all around. Then the last one is the whole card.
Yeah, blackout.
Yeah.
And I didn't know any of this stuff. I'm thinking bingo, right?
Right. Yeah.
Oh, the dirty looks I got, and the
my
ladies having to
gosh.
grab their pads off the floor and stuff. Oh, I
Yeah,
was so
they get
embarrassed.
very aggressive.
Oh, they hated me.
Yeah.
But now they just built a new place for the elderly here. It's called the Palace. And boy, I should move in there.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. They have like the little pools where you swim against the stream. They take them to the mall. They have mini golf. They have like a club to work out in. I'm like, wow, this isn't too bad. Because we were looking for my father.
Yeah.
But then, he's not going to go for that. And it's very expensive.
Yeah. Oh, the
With-
postage stamp, right? Yeah. Oh my gosh. And the letter T and the letter L. Oh my gosh. I haven't played in a
I
long
didn't-
time.
I didn't know bingo got that complicated, to tell you the truth.
I didn't either.
Oh, I'm sorry, Shauna. Shauna needs prayers. Her dad was diagnosed with COVID. He's 71. I'm so scared.
wow.
71 is a
Shauna-
youngster. He'll be fine,
One of
Shauna.
my dad got COVID when he
Prayers.
was 75, and he survived. That was very scary. But he survived. But he had also he was in a very good hospital, and we got the home care nurse, and he survived. The only thing I see with my father is definitely his memory's gone, pretty much.
Wow.
But we did buy him very complicated puzzles because the doctor said if he worked on puzzles, it would help to exercise his brain. But it could last like 6 months.
Yeah. I
I'm
know we
hoping
had
that- Did you get it, Doug?
no, but my little community here, my little town, we got hit pretty hard here a while back. And being kind of a logging community, not a lot of people got the shots because they didn't believe in it. And I had two friends that went to my church that wound up dying from it, and they didn't have the shots. The one he was a good friend of mine. He was in his 50s. He had a wife and 2 kids and a couple grandchildren, and he was a prison guard, so he was in good shape, physical shape, big guy, strong guy. And I thought to myself, man, if this guy can't survive it. What chance do I got, you know? But
What I saw in my family, Doug, because I didn't catch COVID, but everyone in my family that caught COVID, it affected them in their weakest areas. Like my daughter, it was her appendix. My dad, it was his brain. My husband, massive multiple, like, body aches and pains.
yeah,
But I think it affects everybody differently.
yeah. Well, my son and I, we had reactions from both of our boosters, and you know, a lot of what Carolyn was talking about with the really bad headaches and just no energy at all, feeling kind of sick to my stomach, running a fever, and just feeling kind of dizzy, lightheaded, just totally out of whack. And we were like that for a couple of days. In fact, my son, who never misses work, he's been working at the same place for 4 years, and he's probably only missed 4 days. And he called in sick because he was completely out of it. And that was just a little smidget of what, you know, COVID is. So I can only imagine, you know, how bad it really is. I didn't enjoy the, you know, the aftermath from the shots. So
Yeah.
Yeah. I felt sick after
Prayers,
my booster.
Christy. I hope you're okay.
and the
So
headaches to me were the worst thing because there was nothing I could take that would even touch it. And
Yeah, I
body
think for
body
some
aching.
Yeah. So for some people, the booster affects them a lot, and I think my reaction would be
Good notice, please, Mama.
from my underlying illness.
Yeah, my parents, they're in their 80s. They took theirs. They didn't have any. They're fine. Didn't bother them at all.
Yeah, I'm hoping that I won't get a reaction from the booster. Probably, and not a big one because I've had that and then the antibodies and.
And you had a really bad
Yeah.
case of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I think you'll
you're
be
just
fine.
a walking batch of COVID right now. I don't think the shot's gonna affect you much.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good thing that you live the healthy lifestyle. You've always taken vitamins,
Mm-hmm.
and I think that's probably really that's what helped you pull through, and the support of your family and your community as well.
Yeah, you had a lot of
Oh, yeah,
prayers.
seasons. That's
Yeah.
good. You're finally feeling better. Good. Mm. Yeah, I mean, it was like I couldn't even, if I walked upstairs, I needed to lay in the bed before I could even go to the bathroom because I would feel like I was going to pass out otherwise. It
Yeah.
was like, that was scary. I couldn't walk up the freaking stairs.
Was that because you had issues breathing and
I think it both. I think it was the anemia, but then, like, I would be like, it would be hard to breathe in, you know, like when I went upstairs, and it was bad.
how do your lungs feel now?
They feel okay. Yeah.
Thank God.
Like my daughter
So I
was
was
saying the
think-
first time she went bike riding after she said it took her a long time before she felt like, you know, that she could do what she could normally do. I'm sure the same thing would be for me too.
Yeah.
But Gia is doing well, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Thank God.
Did they give you like breathing exercises and stuff to do?
Well, I started doing them from YouTube, like when I thought it was getting really bad, so I forced myself to do them.
Yeah.
So yeah.
They gave my dad this plastic contraption to breathe in, and it would pull the ball up.
No, with the ball, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
They gave that to Jimmy after surgery.
I think we're gonna get past this. I have to be positive about it.
No, is
I'm
it you,
hoping-
City Girl?
I'm
Well,
hoping we're gonna build that herd immunity. I really hope so.
Well, you know, you remember if you go back in history with the Spanish flu and how bad that was. And my grandmother, who's since passed away, but she was a little girl when that was happening. And I remember her talking about it as a little girl. But, you know, a lot of people died from it. I mean, the vaccine for the flu came out in the 1940s during the Second World War. So it took a while before a vaccine even came out. But by then people weren't dying like they did back in the 1917s. You just finally, your body kind of builds an immunity.
Alicia, yeah.
And but like the flu, we're going to always have vaccines every year, like you do the flu shots. But I think in time, I mean, you'll still have a certain percentage of people that will die just like you do from the flu, but we won't be where we're at right now with it. Hopefully, that's what I'm hoping. But I think that's, you know, if you go by history and stuff, I think that's probably what's going to happen.
I also think many people that got vaccinated, not everybody, they were lax on continuing with washing hands, staying 6 feet apart, and wearing masks. And
Yeah.
that's just the beginning of protecting yourself.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to.
Yeah. I didn't change anything after my shots. I still kept the whole protocol. I just figured the shot was just another firewall, you know. You still have the antivirus, but you got that firewall, and that's the safest way. And you know, being a cabinet maker for so many years, I have respiratory issues, so I don't want to get it.
Yeah, that would be bad for you.
Yeah.
I haven't seen many of the kids that I know catch it though. The younger ones, like between 4 and 6, 7.
Well, I know that here they're saying that the kids like 5 to, what did they say, 5 to 9 are coming positive with it in record numbers. Jimmy?
Is that in the city?
Well, it's in the state. I don't know where. And they just said it was actually like in the upstate news.
Wow.
Jimmy? Yes. Where are those lime pops that I got?
No, it's still.
Oh.
I think I'm gonna have them.
Oh no.
That's what I want.
Did Jimmy eat all your paper?
No, but he's eating all my
Did I eat what?
all my paper.
The paper food that
Oh,
you
the
had.
paper food. Yeah.
Jimmy.
He thought you couldn't eat it, but
I remember that. I'm not Italian, but I remember that existing.
Tironi. Yeah, it was the greatest thing. Silly
And
Willy.
where's
Carolyn at truecrimechat.org. Carolyn at truecrimechat.org. It's not. It is valid.
Yeah.
Do you have it right?
Hello, Amber.
they might be doing
Everybody else too.
.com. You know how your computer will change stuff? It might change it to .com. Well, I wanted to come up and tell you how happy I am that you got
thanks.
through this awful situation and that you look wonderful. And you were online one night with no makeup and you look beautiful.
Oh, thanks.
I think that was your first night back, right?
Yeah, when somebody wanted to see me, Scooter or somebody. She was crying that night or something. I don't know what she was doing.
Where is Scooter? Why is
She's
she not
in
on
here. I
here?
don't know. Why don't you come on, Scooter?
I seen her on earlier.
Luke.
She's in chat. She's
Yeah.
in chat. I'm looking
Boy.
forward to my regular panel of Davita, Scooter, Danielle. You guys just crack me up when you're together. And Lisa H. Because you have the same comedy.
Luke. Oh my gosh, my kids are going crazy tonight.
How many more? They go back to school when?
Oh, not until after New Year's. Yeah.
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 I think we always had longer vacations than the kids do now.
Yeah, I don't know. Who knows what's going to happen? Like with that, somebody said, I think there's going to be like a major spreader from Christmas. Hi, Nona.
Then you'll just be able to do online school, right?
Maybe, I don't know.
I would hope they would make that an option. Of course, it's bad for social skills, but until we get past this new thing, I would hope.
Mimi, it's Mimi, Elizabeth G.
Hi, Elizabeth.
I want to tell everyone who has diabetes, and I found this out today, that if someone has diabetes, they cannot take a bath in bath bombs. That's a big no-no. What my doctor
Uh-oh.
says, and I just found. Really, Tabitha? Why's that?
Well, they're not good for women.
Right. What's the reason behind that, Anna says? But I'm just
Natasha
wondering why the
says she takes
diabetes, maybe they
ton
have
of
sugar
them.
or something?
I'll have to Google that.
I know.
Yeah, a lot happened when you were sick.
I know. I don't do Zoom anymore. Good night, Mary Tackett.
Good night, Mary. I'm used to being up with you guys at night now.
Yeah.
I had like a phase that I didn't have any lupus flares and I was actually sleeping properly. And then I got sick again. I'm like, okay, I need to find Carolyn, but you were sick. But we did have a lot of people reading and Jimmy played the guitar. And so,
That was cool.
oh my goodness, I could picture Jimmy like being in New Orleans, jamming out with all of those guys down there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Jimmy sung me
Definitely.
to sleep one night. I was laying in bed and he's playing, and next thing I knew, I was out.
Yeah, he's good. He's going to have to get his own channel.
Hi, Carol.
Okay, guys,
I
I'm
didn't-
going to let you go.
Did not ask.
Night,
Oh, she
Mimi.
didn't ask.
I'm not going to sleep. I'm going to listen, but I want somebody else to be able to come up on panel.
All right, Mimi.
All right,
Thanks for coming
Mimi, it
on.
was
Waiting
nice
for the
talking to you
gang.
and hearing your voice.
Yours too, Doug. I'm glad your headache went away. I was kind of concerned about that.
Yeah, well, I get a lot of headaches. A lot of times it's just change of weather and stuff. And it, we all of a sudden had a cold front come in, so I think that kind of did it for me.
No
When I
cold
wake up
front
with
here.
Yeah.
No cold front. No winter feeling. No New Year's feeling.
We had snow here on the coast, which is kind of rare for us. So,
Yeah. I've been in the snow during the holidays, and it just doesn't feel like the cold we get here in Florida, where we're always crying and whining when it gets to 60. It was different. It was different when I went to other states with snow, because I actually played in the snow and I laid in the snow, and it wasn't that bad compared to the cold we get here.
Well, a friend of mine, he lives in Florida and he fishes all the time. And on Facebook one time, there's a photo of him holding this fish, but he's all bundled up in his jackets. And I'm like, and he's like saying, yeah, this cold front came in and the fishing was tough. And I'm like, well, how cold was it? And he goes, this is about
60.
50 degrees. And I'm like, 50? That's t-shirt weather for us. What the heck?
Yeah, it is a different cold, Doug. It's a different cold, for sure.
Yeah.
But I mean, anyway, we're bundled up if we go fishing in the back river, because backcountry has so many mosquitoes. So you have to wear your mask, and you're wearing a
mosquitoes
mask in
love
like
me.
80-degree weather. Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't been fishing because I'm not allowed to be in the sun.
I'd have to bathe in deep wood off before I could go out in that.
Depends on what kind of fish you want. I did try to do sail fishing, but I didn't understand that you had to be unanchored with sail fishing.
Yeah.
And I got so sick from being unanchored.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't go out in the ocean anymore.
Why?
Well, when I was up in Alaska years ago, I worked on a salmon purse net seiner boat, and it was a 56-foot wooden hull boat that was built in the 1930s. And we got out in some rough water, and it was scary. The skipper, who his grandfather owned the boat, got passed to his dad, and then to him. He was wanting us to get the life preservers, the suits that you, because the water up in Alaska, if you fall in, you like, I think they say have like 15 minutes before you die of hypothermia. And so these
Oh,
life preservers, it's a whole suit. And he was
yeah.
wanting us to get those. And they were on the top house of the boat. Well, the waves were so bad we couldn't get to them. And
Crazy.
I went down in the hole of the boat and curled up in my sleeping bag on the bunk and just thought, I'll never see my parents again. This is it.
Well, my husband was on a boat in bad weather. He didn't listen to the warnings, and we almost lost him and my family member and another guy, but they survived. And
Yeah.
so I only go out in good weather. I only can fish at night or early morning.
Yeah.
I can't be in the sun all day
City
anymore. That's
girl,
why I
where's that
look
one?
like a white sheet at this point.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's hard to live in Florida and have lupus and they tell you, hey, you can't be in the sun.
Yeah.
In the next
Yeah, it's
couple of days,
ridiculous.
LMW.
Yeah. You guys
Well,
get sun all the time.
I was doing it. I was disobeying my doctor's orders, and I had a great tan. And we spent a lot of time in the Keys before COVID started, and it didn't work out for me. I got very, very sick after that.
Mm.
But so I learned my lesson.
Yeah.
And what do they call it? Early morning fishing is not that bad, but you need to be out of there by 10
Thank you,
a.m.
Christy.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll see you guys in chat. It was good
Okay.
to talk to you
All right,
guys.
Mimi.
Good to see you,
All
Carolyn.
right.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
So beautiful. Bye, guys.
Bye. In the next few days, LMW, before New Year's Eve, by New Year's Eve, I'd say.
Yeah. I don't buy any of that of her in the casino. None of it.
Oh, I
do
know.
buy.
They're not going to send somebody up to your room.
No. No. I'm trying to remember. I think I was in Granny's watching page, and somebody had said that they had called the casino, and the casino said that they didn't have anything like that happen. And they said that if somebody had passed out like that, they would call
By New
for
Year's Eve.
emergency for them. You know, they wouldn't do what they did. And she said that when she passed out, they took her to a small room, which they would have never done that.
Oh, and they took her small. Yeah, they would definitely call an ambulance because they're not going to have that liability.
No.
You know, they don't know what she passed out from.
And what I understand is that was her last day. She was supposed to go home that day, so she had already checked out. So, but then she came back later and said that they went to her room. So I'm like, well, how's that work out?
Yeah. So many lies.
Yeah.
City girl, where did you see that letter? What do you mean by that letter? Is it a new letter or are you talking about an old letter? Silly Willy, did you get it to go through? Let me see. I don't see anything yet, Silly Willy. Hang on one second. Who's this from? Who's this?
And I did catch part of her video when she was saying some pretty nasty stuff about you. In fact, I even
Yeah, I was live when she was doing that, and so many people sent me emails that they reported it. It was so terrible, and I was like,
I did too. Also, she left a comment in her comments, and I reported that as well.
So there was a gunman in Denver, Ellie Cattell said, area shooting spree that left 5 dead, targeted victims that were known to law enforcement. The suspect was identified as 47-year-old Lyndon James McLeod. He died after exchanging gunfire with Lakewood Police Department officer Investigators, so a gunman killed 5 people in a shooting spree in Denver and Lakewood on Monday night, targeted his victims, and was known to law enforcement. The suspect was identified as 47-year-old Lyndon James McLeod. He died after exchanging the individuals on the radar of law enforcement. And, okay, well, so where did that happen?
When did this happen?
Monday night. So 3 of the people were killed, were identified Tuesday. Alicia Cardenas, 44, the owner of Denver tattoo shop Soul Tribe. Danny Schofield, 38, who was killed at Lucky 13 Tattoo in Lakewood. Sarah Stack, 28, who was killed at the Hyatt House Hotel in Belmar Shopping Center in Lakewood. She worked as a front desk receptionist at the hotel. It does appear that the offender was targeting specific people. The victims were known to the offender. McLeod had a business or personal relationship with the victims. The suspect was linked to the Hyatt House Hotel, but wasn't necessarily acquainted with Stack. There was previous interactions with that hotel. Wow, sad.
You know, every time around Christmas time, crime always goes up.
Yeah, and that so many people killed their parents or shot at their parents during Christmas. Hi, Nancy.
Hey, how you doing, Carolyn?
Okay, how are you?
I was running a temperature and it got me a little worried.
What happened?
I have a cold. I got a cold like on Friday,
Right.
and my son doesn't have any symptoms, so I'm hoping it's a cold. My temperature got up to almost 100. I was sweating, and then I was sweating hot because I
Yeah.
could feel my face getting red, and then
Right.
I took my temperature. I go, 99.7. I go, oh, gee, and that's a high temp for me because I usually basically have a 96
Mm-hmm.
points. And I go, I hope it's not COVID. Don't go any past 100.
Can you get tested somewhere?
Yeah, sure, I can go anywhere. But I don't have the symptoms. I have a dull headache now, and I don't have any bones aches or.
I would just go get tested.
Yeah, because I got this wedding on Saturday.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, get tested.
That's
I
your
know,
son's
but-
wedding?
Yeah.
Oh my
ordered the
gosh.
cake. I ordered the cake today. Since they said, oh, we don't need a cake. I go, you got to have a cake. So I says, what flavors don't you want? And they said, chocolate. And I said, okay.
He doesn't
So
have
we
chocolate.
went to the, we went to this, we go to the same pastry shop,
Right.
and I says, well, carrot cake sounds good. And he goes, nobody likes carrot cake. And I go, you just don't like carrot cake. So then I'm thinking, my husband is so picky. So I finally got a vanilla bean cake. So vanilla with vanilla beans. So I'm assuming it's probably white. Or
Right.
maybe, yeah. So that's all taken care of. And not too much to do. Somebody's bringing the pizza, and I'm going to make the salad. Oh,
So yeah, I would just go get tested just to have peace of mind.
no,
You know?
I know. I know it's a cold because I was coughing like crazy, and I'm going, oh my gosh. I mean, it felt like I was going to vomit. That's how hard the cough
Oh
was.
gosh.
But it was like a tickle in my throat.
Yeah, I would
So-
definitely just get tested. Yeah.
Yeah, I wake up tomorrow and I have a temperature. I'm going to go. What could it hurt?
Yeah.
They'll just have to postpone the wedding because I'm not missing my son's wedding.
Right.
I mean, it's going to be on the patio, for heaven's sake.
You could sit. Maybe you could sit way down.
We're in the
It
back
just-
corner.
Yeah.
In the back
Do you know
corner
what
where
somebody?
the-
You know what they did?
Or
though?
just wear a hazmat suit.
No, listen.
Yeah.
Somebody was on the news locally, but they made it on TikTok, and they only had like 9 subscribers when they posted on TikTok. But they got a this like bubble I forget what it was called. It was like a
A bubble ball?
no, it was like a little plastic little hut. It was like small, like not that big, but they
Okay.
could fit a table inside, like a small like
Yeah.
TV size table and a
Yeah.
chair. And I think it was like to watch sports outside, and like if you're watching football or soccer on the sidelines and it's really cold and it's
Yeah.
all like like the plastic so you can see through the transparent.
Right.
And they put their daughter at the table for their Thanksgiving, just the immediate family, because she had tested positive.
Oh
And
my
they
God.
put her in there at the end of the table so she could eat there in this bubble. So maybe they could get that
It's
for
like
you.
that movie, The Boy in the Bubble.
Bubble, yeah.
Yeah. But he was in a little bigger of a bubble. I think I would get claustrophobic even I could see
Well,
through it. I don't.
she said make sure you dress like light because it gets hot in there.
Yeah.
And
Just
yeah, they
get
put
like
her
a
in there.
huge hamster ball. That way you can walk around and
But yeah, the boy.
And
in the
today I went
plastic
to the
bubble.
knee doctor. I went to the knee doctor, and he was very nice. We sat and talked, and I said, with this pain jumping from one knee to the next, and then the other one hurting, and it flipping and flopping, and then they both hurt. I said, do you think it could be RA? And he goes, let's go send you to a specialist and have that all checked out.
Mhm.
So I'm very confident on that. And he gave me his cortisone shot in the knee that's not really hurting. The other one's hurting, but I can't get that until February. Oh, but that was a big day.
I'll check again there, silly Willie. Let me see. I didn't.
Where's Scoots? Girl. How you doing, Doug?
I'm doing good.
How's your diet going?
It's going good. I mean, it's kind of hard this Christmas. I slipped up a little bit, but like my son says, it happens once a year, and I've been doing so good. I deserved a little. So I had like an apple pie, and
That's okay. That's okay.
I ate that apple pie, and I was just like, oh, it was like I was in heaven eating that apple
We
pie.
had it for a long, long time.
Yeah.
My husband, I don't like to eat desserts, but
I'm not real big at it, but
tasted good.
You don't
We
like
made-
desserts?
well, I do, but I'm more of a meat potato. I'd rather have food than, if I'm going on a diet, it's the food. Well, this is kind of weird because I figured it would be the food I'd miss,
Mm-hmm.
but really, it's been the sweets that's been killing me.
See,
And like I watch Carolyn cooking cookies, and she's been killing me. Sometimes I have to turn the channel. I can't handle it. It's like, no, chocolate, no.
Yeah, and I like cheese, and it just seems like when I'm trying to watch my calories, the cheese is calling me.
Yeah.
I'll have cheese sandwich. I'll have cheese slices. I'll have crackers and cheese.
Yeah.
But after 2 days of eating the dump cake, which is very good, I said, no more. I'm done.
Yeah.
And then I don't have dessert. I might have a couple Fig Newtons, but that's about it.
Yeah.
Oh, and then
No, I'm just been like yogurt and Jello has been my.
I don't like yogurt.
Yeah, it's okay. It's hasn't been my favorite, but
Yogurt can be
getting
good if you get the right
to where I
kind.
like it.
The right kind.
Yeah.
And I don't buy it that often enough to get into the groove of knowing which I like and which I don't like. I'll go, oh, these are on sale, 10 for $1. Okay, I'll try them out.
Chobani's good, like almond cocoa loco. That's really good, and their yogurts are really good. They're Greek yogurts.
See, but I'm not. See, I love fruit, but it would be me only eating the fruit because my husband won't touch fruit, and it goes to waste more than I eat it. I eat. I eat through the week. I bring snacks to school, and
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
but it's not worth buying all this expensive fruit.
We were buying so much fruit, and all of a sudden, we started having a fruit fly epidemic in the house. I've never had them that bad. And it's because of the fruit that we're throwing away, the leftover, throwing it away in the garbage can. And
Where are you? Where are you located? Oregon.
yeah,
Okay. You don't get much of a winter, do you? Or you get some winter?
yeah. Well, here on the coast, in the summertime, we're average in between 60 and 70 degrees. In the wintertime, we average right around 50. But we've been in the 30s, and we had snow yesterday morning. So That's a little chilly for us.
Yeah.
But that's good because we'll have flea problems all year round. So,
Oh, boy.
You got to get a cold part freeze for all the, the insects that
yeah.
are still roaming, Or my husband comes to me and he goes, "There was a bug in our bathroom sink." And I go, "Okay, what did you do with it?" "There was a bug in our bathroom sink." "What did you do with it?" "There was a bug in our bathroom sink." "What did you do? Forget that you found it. What did you do with it?" He goes, "I flushed it down with the water." I go, "He'll be back." And I go, "You crazy. You're supposed to kill them. They're going to crawl back up." No, we don't get too much bugs in the winter. That's why I thought it was funny.
Yeah. Well, we didn't when we lived in the Portland area because it would get cold in the winter. But here on the coast, we're having to put flea dip on our dog and cat during the middle of winter.
Yeah.
We had to flea bomb the house one time in the middle of winter.
Oh my gosh.
It was like, what the heck? These fleas were like 24/7.
I know. Fortunately, my dogs are very short hair, so those fleas I would notice them.
Yeah.
But my son's dog's coming over. She can't be around people because she's aggressive, because she doesn't like strangers. She's a total watchdog. So we said, okay, bring her over here for Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then you can pick her up on Monday. And with it not being so cold, and she comes with fleas, I don't think she has fleas, but I'm going, oh my gosh, it's going to be a loud house for the next 3 days. Because the little guy, he says, "This is my house." And my son's dog, just goes spastic, and she's dominant. That's why she's very aggressive. And I'm going, oh my gosh. I said, well, at least we know we're not leaving anywhere, just on Saturday. And we'll be all day with her Friday and Sunday, just in case they get a tit for tat, those two. So what do you think about the leak on that channel? Oh my God.
It's just crazy. I mean, I wonder how they're going to spin that and to not come back on, to just log off like that and just not come back on. It's ridiculous.
I know. I went surfing around, and there's one channel, which I'm not going to name, but I didn't know who she was or where she played in the major factor of left or right. Mm-hmm. So I was just listening, and she goes, "It's okay for her to get out and walk and have exercise."
Oh my gosh, if that was me, they would be like, "Oh my gosh, what if she has something she's spreading to people?" Right?
Right.
She's going to kill everybody.
Well, she can leave her house and go to do something that she enjoys. But she just told everybody she's staying home, staying off the internet to get better. Which the doctor, well, they're really a doctor.
But I mean, she announced she was going to be taking this off. That's what I can't believe they don't remember this. She's, this was all planned, and then she just decided to put a different spin on it.
But the face on Parker's face.
Oh my gosh, that's unbelievable.
That was so oh my God. And all the others are going, I didn't know who that was. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I guess there's some breaking news on her post right now, on her community post.
On hers? Let me see.
Yeah, that's what Kashmir.
Let me check.
said.
Breaking news. Hold on.
Breaking news.
Okay, yeah, the YouTube busybodies and the rumor mill. By live feed, as Parker by live feed and I by community post made you aware. Yesterday, my doctor's appointment didn't go as hoped. My ear's still infected, blood pressure sky high, and my head was swollen, pituitary condition. Let's see. My doctor advised that I needed to immediately remove the source of stress. I needed to relax and rest my body and let it heal properly. Stress can prohibit healing as well as a myriad of other things. I was never on bed rest. Oh my gosh, I know where this is going. I don't even want to. And my favorite place to rest is the casino, right? Okay.
What is this? What are you reading?
And
Hi.
a community post.
Oh,
Okay.
Scooter.
Okay.
Hi, Doug. Hi, Nancy.
She was never on bed rest. I don't know who came up with that. Your moderator. Tonight, I get frantic messages from mods that I'm going to be swatted. Oh, really? Swatted?
So
Oh,
she
wow.
wasn't.
From people in Granny's Watching channel. I'm sure, yeah. Okay, you're going to be swatted. That they're calling the casino to find out my room. Mm-hmm. That, like anybody's going to give them that information, T, huh?
Yeah.
That I've duped my subs and my mods, and Christiane are in on it. Well, that is true, right? Allegedly.
Yeah.
First of all, my most fun and relaxing place to be other than the beach. See, this is the casino. I knew she. Who said I wasn't there? Apparently tonight when but this is why she needed what, 3-4 hours to come up with this. This is why Parker's
I told you they
eyeballs-
were scheming.
Yeah, this is why Parker's eyeballs almost came out of their head, because that this was okay. Why did Parker lie and say she was resting on laying down? How come? How come they said that Hannah took away the device and she could be? Yeah, come on. This is such a joke.
Or how
Okay.
about this one? Well, every time she turns her head, she gets really dizzy.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Robbie Bob.
Let me see here. So then it says, he said I wasn't there. Apparently tonight when Parker texted me about being peen flashed, I popped into StreamYard to be on that person. Oh, okay. When I did, I flashed on the panel, and now it's a big conspiracy, and I'm going to boot Parker for letting out my secret. It wasn't a secret, morons. Do you hear yourselves? Are you really this desperate and pathetic, swatting my house in the casino? Who's swatting your house in the casino? What the heck? They would never do a SWAT on the casino. And what? Unbelievable. Every time I think
Oh,
I've
Lynn?
seen the worst of that bench.
Carolyn,
Yeah.
sorry to interrupt. Silly Willie said, hey, stop. She's setting you up.
Okay. Don't for reading a post. I don't think so. What am I setting me up for? Let's see. Swatting my house. Every time I think I've seen the worst of that bunch, they throw something else out. Hannah has confiscated my laptop and has given me limited usage of my phone. Yeah. Okay. I haven't even looked at YouTube. Oh, stop. Till I was notified of the flasher. So stop making mess up. Yeah. And then you were just on it like that, right? Come on. If any of you had asked the mods, would have told you, really, that's why she stopped the live stream. Her eyes came out of her head and she didn't come back on. Oh my gosh, you will spin anything. Instead, you make it a ridiculous story. I hope you all find peace. God bless. Yeah, we hope you stop.
Win big.
Oh my gosh. Poor thing.
Oh my gosh. Oh
You
my
know,
gosh.
all that money that she got, she has to go spend it now. So gamble it away.
This is ridiculous.
So she's and she wasn't sick or anything?
She's saying
No.
that she
'Cause I
was
missed
never
the
told
beginning
she had to
part.
be on bed rest. She is sick. Her ear, her head, her pituitary gland, her blood pressure sky high, but she was never told she had to be on bed rest.
It's a cold. You just have a cold.
Right.
Yeah, like I do. But Carolyn says I have to be tested to make sure.
You should be tested, Nancy. You sound like you might have it. I'm sorry to say, but that's kind of how Carolyn sounded in the beginning, and a couple other people that I've heard on YouTube that ended up having it. It's like something, but you know, maybe you don't. I don't know.
Well, you know, with this new life we have, we can make appointments right online. So I can get on to my Trinity Health and set up
Yeah.
an appointment.
When did this start?
Last Friday, I started getting like an itchy nose and sneezing left and right. And I go, oh my gosh, how could I have gotten cold? Where was I? I was nowhere.
You didn't go
Okay.
anywhere?
I went over to Mark's house, our son, for Christmas. I called him up. I said, are you sick? And he goes, no. why are you? And I go, well, I feel like I'm getting a cold. And he says, well, don't drink out of my cup when you're over here later. And I says, oh, okay. But when I got over there, my cough went away. I felt good. I don't have much of a runny nose.
Maybe it is just allergies or a regular cold, you know?
Right, I know seasons. Parker said they were putting her on bed rest, all devices taken away. Right.
Oh.
Yeah, there were definitely allegedly lies going on there.
And it
Yeah.
gets thicker. When we practiced, when we,
Yeah. Oh, what a
Oh,
tangled
yeah.
web we weave when first we practice
First we
to
practice to
deceive.
deceive. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
and evidently Parker's not really good at the lie thing.
No, and no poker face.
No
And
poker.
yeah, and why wouldn't they come right back? Why would they take 4 or 5 hours to come up with this story?
Because they had to get
Yeah.
all their in a row.
Right? Why wouldn't they come back and just do another stream? They were so shook up.
If I was one of her mods and that happened, I'd go, oh my God, what? Okay, we understand, but why not tell us? You know,
It's the cult
Yes,
mentality.
Jody. Yeah, I'm very familiar with that. Yeah.
oh well. Did we expect anything?
They're gonna follow suit. They don't think or reason like a normal person does.
Yeah.
Did you fall for her stuff in the beginning, Doug? Well, you
No,
must
you
have,
know,
right?
well, no, I mean, this how, and I know about cults because I studied, which is weird. I studied them. Cults, you'll have members and you'll have followers. Members are the ones that are in it all the way. Followers, they kind of can come and go. They're kind of hanging on the fence. And that's kind of where I would put myself because I never really truly bought in to it completely. The thing that held me there was really friends because it was never really so much her.
And I think that's with all of them too. Most of them come because
Exactly.
they want to
Casimir.
place where their friends are. And if they,
Well, that was hard for me to leave. Was I had friends which wound up they weren't friends at all because
no,
the way they act, they treat me now. But at the time, you know, it mattered to me. But I am so happy I'm away from it. I have
Yeah.
a lot less stress in my life.
that's good.
I can go to whatever channel or do whatever I want. I don't have to sit there and worry about what
I hear
what
Right.
she's going to say or
If someone sees you somewhere else, you know,
yeah. You
and
know.
that's ridiculous. That's like,
And then
a
they, just like
communistic
Kashmir
thing.
said, they wouldn't have to delete the live either. Why did they private the video if it was no big deal?
Yeah,
Yeah, why wouldn't they have just come on again? Why wouldn't they have continued it? They didn't want any questions because they knew they were not telling the truth.
And it's a lot worse now than it was just a month ago when I was there. I mean, it's getting worse. It's progressively getting worse. But if you look at any of these cults, that's kind of their MO. As it goes on, they get worse and worse because stress starts building up. It's harder for the leader to keep everybody in line. You know, you look at the, you know, Charles Manson had the same problem there towards the end. He was, because at the beginning, everybody liked him. He was a pretty nice guy for the most part. But as things went on, he just got worse and worse and worse, started abusing everybody. And so did Jim Jones. You know, he got worse at the end too. They just progressively start getting worse. Their lies, their deceit has to keep getting bigger than the last one to keep everything going. It just grows and grows and grows.
I lived through that, Jim Jones. That was horrible. I think we were just married for a few years, and I go, how can
Silly
anybody-
Willie, I think you're off to the races. What is it? There's nothing that can be anything from reading a post.
Yeah, she just
Please.
reading the
I've been
post.
doing this a long time. This is
Reading a post is not considered anything bad, or
Yeah.
don't put it out there. You can read any dang gone thing you want on the internet, and it's not a setup. It's just open for review.
That's right.
Don't get me mad. I can't get my printer to work. It worked.
You
But
can't
then I
get it to
didn't.
work? Really?
Well, my son set up the printer like you had, and he had no problems, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And then I go sign into my Google account, which is through my school, and I'm going, I can't get into it. It says it's being locked out, and I go, oh, and I have to print out a return for an Amazon.
A label,
So,
yeah.
well, he gave me his laptop. I gave him a couple years ago because he bought a better one for work, and I said, okay, this gotta be easy. And it says it's there, but it's not online. Then I go turn it on. Then it says it's online. And then when I print, it just says, do you want to save this file? And I go, I do. And then it doesn't show any. I'm just lost. But you know what? My son will figure it out. I'll give him something to do.
Yeah.
I know it's there. I was just so frustrated. I says, I got to back away from it. You
Yeah,
know?
sometimes you do, and then you go back and it'll
Right.
go
And
and
you
still
go,
try to
oh.
figure out my Cricut and on the
And it
laptop.
really doesn't help when you can't see out of your glasses. And because I'm getting new glasses, but I also have cataracts. And I notice when I'm around light, it feels like the room has smoke in it.
Oh.
If my husband's behind the lamp when he's walking down our stairs,
Mm-hmm.
I can't even see him coming.
Wow.
Oh, wow, really?
Yeah. So when the light is, it's like I'm in a fog. But when I look away, it's okay, but it's blurry. So I'm going to make a specialist appointment on that too. I'm going to have so many itis doctors.
It's tiring, doesn't it?
Oh my gosh. And then I'm going to my gastroenterologist or whatever in February for my colonoscopy, which I'm like since the pandemic. We've been trying to get an appointment. But I don't know. I'm kind of worried because our numbers are going up. I hope they don't cancel. You know,
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see what happens after the week.
DeVita?
tiring, doesn't it?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Hi, everybody.
Now I do know that that she said that her she wasn't going after harassment for the attorneys. That's not what she was going after.
Doug,
She's
she'd
going
have to
after
go to
something
her.
else.
She'd have to sue herself first.
She said she's going after copyright for people streaming her videos. She said that's what she's going after.
Oh my gosh.
But look at how much she streams,
Exactly. That's why I'm laughing.
you know, so
Carolyn Seasons would like you to check your email.
Yeah, I am.
Oh, okay. Well, sorry. I'm just giving you a message.
Scooter, where's the cat tonight? You look so much like your granddaughter.
Oh, you know
Yeah.
what? It's just the way our hair is and everything, and the glasses.
Oh, of
Our
course not.
features, we're nothing alike. We don't look alike, really, our features. We really don't. But I know it looks like it with,
Take the compliment and run with it.
right, okay, thank you.
oh, Carolyn, there was a question I was going to ask you.
Uh-huh.
On your arts and crafts on the seashells and stuff, I noticed there was on one of the videos, there was a little bottle of paint. Was that folk art?
Probably,
Okay.
yeah. I use folk art and Waverly and
I
Abigail?
use some folk art for painting my lures, and I was thinking like on those seashells when you're doing with the brush and stuff. I was thinking, man, I could use my airbrush gun and do that.
You have
So
to
I'm
have
thinking
control.
I'm going to do some seashells for Christmas ornaments.
Yeah, it would be
next
really
year.
nice to get the really big ones and do like a really nice.
I saw them on Amazon, and I go, I still got to finish my other projects. Because I go, wow, what I could do with those.
Yeah.
Plus,
I'd
I
like
have
to get
all the rocks outside that, that
yeah.
I want to put the napkins
The
on.
shells
and-
are so nice because you've got a nice white background, like just right
Yeah.
away. Yeah.
But they're beautiful.
And you just hot glue the ribbons on.
Yeah. Just cut it, and yeah, it came out really nice. It looked really nice too.
They probably look really good on a tree too.
Yeah. You could have a tree that's all shells too if you live by the ocean or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you were looking at waterfront property last night.
Yeah, I know.
Oh my
Now,
gosh.
why were you doing that? I meant to ask. Why were
Oh,
you
we
looking
just
at
felt
all
like
those
looking
houses?
at. We just felt like looking at houses. I like to look at houses.
I do
Oh,
too.
excuse me, I was just asking. I don't need to get yelled at.
No, I like to look at houses. I mean, I was a realtor and
Everything's
everything.
back
I
to
do
normal.
like to look at houses. I like to find people houses. I do like to find people houses.
Scooter, do you feel like you're in the wrong place sometimes?
They go round and round.
I know, it's funny to watch them.
Sorry about my voice to text tonight. They were really bad. It was Deborah Vancouver dead.
Oh my gosh. Really? Is that why they were all saying that?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. That's crazy.
Scooter.
I know it just comes out so weird.
I don't think I could do voice to text. I would be afraid because I couldn't even see it if I had to correct it. You know?
I just send it as is. I figured they'll know what I'm talking about, maybe.
Oh God.
I don't know about Deborah Vancouver dead, but
Oh my gosh. I was wondering why everybody was saying that about her being deceased.
Hi, Mike.
hi, Mike.
Hi, Mike.
Hi, everybody in chat panel.
Here, Misplaced
Hello.
Mama said, I thought NC's mods are protecting her. Why did they call and upset the poor woman tonight?
Yeah, right?
Right?
Yeah, right?
Yeah,
Absolutely. Good misplaced. Good one, misplaced mama.
Because I think Christiane was the one that made the call, but she didn't know what they needed to do. And instead of asking Parkerhead, you could delete it right there. You didn't have to bother with her. She goes, "Oh, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault," or something like that. She's always saying sorry.
Parker?
No,
Parker? Oh, Christiane.
always saying, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't have a brain."
Oh,
Eating-
I only had a brain.
It's like she played. Do you think she just plays that role for Natasha?
I honestly
Maybe,
do.
or
Well, you know, she's supposedly supposed to be pretty smart because her job requires a lot of math skills.
oh, okay.
Math skills.
But I've known a lot of people that were very intelligent and they were pretty stupid, you know.
Oh, exactly. Okay, Kevin, I'll watch it.
What's her occupation, Doug?
I'm not sure. She, you know, I'm not sure. I know at one time she was working at Amazon, so it can't be that great, but
Because she says, "Oh, I work at 4 to 4. I 12 or 19 hours in. So if you're smart, the smarter people work less
Yeah.
hours." That's what
Yeah.
I'm thinking.
she sure reminds me of the typical California blonde.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right. Like kind
Yeah.
of like
The
Chrissy, kind of like Chrissy from
stereotypic-
Three's Company.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
stereotype.
Oh,
Yeah.
really?
I'm not saying that all blondes are like, I'm just
No,
saying
no,
it's the
but no, she
stereotype.
just, yeah, I know I'm
Yeah.
not, yeah, I don't even think she's blonde. Like, she's more dirty brown than blonde, but,
Yeah.
yeah, just
Hi,
kind of like
Kimberly Govia.
Chrissy. Hi, Kimberly.
Govia.
I do think she has nice hair, but why does she have to wear it all up front? You know, it's okay to let it hang in the back for a while.
Looks like extensions or something. Doesn't look real.
Well, it could be.
People
But
think it's a
she's-
wig.
She's very much a member, not a follower.
Hmm.
Okay, now she is. At one point, she was just basically trying to fit in. Well, yeah, she's a little.
Stop.
Are you children behaving yourself?
Oh, we always do, Nancy. You know that.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Hey, Moo.
Hey, move.
Hey, Moo. Because I can't see chat, so I'll let
I
Scooter
don't see
do
Moo. Where's
You know,
Moo? Moo's not there. He's just a liar.
when somebody is in a position like that and they start saying things, certain things, comes a point where the words coming out of their mouth, they have to be held accountable
Melted
for.
chocolate, Lucy's World. Yeah.
Absolutely. What she's speaking to be, you put it out there, you have to be accountable for your actions, whether it's a good reaction or a consequence.
Yeah, well, you know, when she started, I mean, she had made fun of Carolyn's son.
Yeah.
And to me, that was just about as low as,
BMW.
you know, that to me, that right there just pushed her over the edge of
NC or Christiane?
No, not Christiane. Christiane did?
Yeah,
Oh, I didn't hear Christiane. Really?
yeah, she did, and so did Leanne.
Wait,
Oh,
Leanne?
man.
Really,
Well, they're going to
Christiane
say
did?
whatever they think
Yeah.
will impress her.
Wow.
You know?
Yeah, she was mocking you for saying, here a while back, I think it was Thanksgiving or something. You were saying that you were having a bad day.
Oh, okay. I think I know what
Yeah,
yeah. Right,
and
right.
she was
Yeah.
mocking you for that, and
Yeah.
I was just like, come on, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, like
And I made the remark. I think I made the remark towards her, and I think I did on I don't know what channel I was on, but I said, you know, you have kids. How would you feel if you lost, you know, heaven forbid, if you had lost one of your children and somebody was mocking you for you grieving? I said, you know, how would you feel about that? How can you say something like that?
What did
You
she
know,
say?
I don't know. I didn't say it directly to, you know, I said it on another channel, but you know how
Yeah,
those things get around.
yeah.
You know, I don't know what her comeback was, if there was, or I'm sure there was.
This
But
is funny. One of her own members said to that post, they said, "It was said you were ordered to sleep and rest. I was very worried because COVID is amping up again." So that's one person of hers that's a little ticked off.
Oh,
Good.
no. Oh, no. What's that song? Oh, no. I can't.
But then the rest of them are just like, "Oh my gosh, they just take it and run with it. What does it matter where you are? I'm glad you're happy."
Okay.
Well, it looks like one can be saved out of the bunch.
Oh my gosh.
You know, when she is finally off of this platform, because she will be,
Yeah.
she'll have no choice. It won't be her choice. Moo. What are all these people that are so ride and die for her? What are they going to do? I mean,
well, you know what
they
the
realize-
scary thing is
What?
they're going to start infiltrating our channels, and they're going to bring their bad behaviors. That's kind of what I'm kind of thinking is what happens when, you know, when they're no longer
They
there.
won't make it very long here because they'll get.
Yeah, out here they won't be.
No, but
at all.
you know they'll land somewhere.
Yeah. Water seeks its own level. They'll go somewhere where there'll be another.
If you
And
guys,
hopefully that doesn't happen, you know, but it's a concern I've thought about.
you guys want to be accepted here, then you need to come now, or at least don't say anything bad.
What are you working on, Scooter? Are you making a flower or something?
Remember, I told you I was making that flower fairy.
Oh yeah, the flower fairy. Yeah.
Yeah.
We get a little look-see.
Oh, I'm not even far yet.
So
Well,
It doesn't look like anything yet.
there it is.
Mail today.
That's the dress.
No.
That looks like something a little bit risky.
Oh, look at that.
Oh,
Did you
that,
see the dress
okay.
part?
All right. No, I
I'm
see.
making these now to put on here.
Okay, all
put
right.
on
Now I
3.
see. All right.
I have to have, I cut out, I think, close to 20. They said 15 to 20. So I'm just getting them ready.
Nice.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Love that color.
Thank you.
But my baby came today.
What?
Oh.
Baby came today.
Your
And I
baby.
go-
Oh, you're right. You bought a reborn. You never told me what kind of reborn did you get?
It wasn't that expensive, but it looks really cool. I mean, who can afford other ones? I said maybe later on in life.
Yeah.
But I got it. I mean, she looks absolutely real, you know, and her hair is nice and not
Mhm.
fluffy, but soft, and she has eyes. And her little binky as a magnet,
painted
so it
Shells
her
with
mouth.
gesso, then layers of metallic paints. And did you decoupage anything on them, or you just painted them? What did you do with them, Laura Lee?
Hi,
You
Laura
should
Lee.
come on and show them, Laura Lee. Come on and show the shells. Show the shells. You should
Hi,
show your baby,
Cashmere.
Nancy. You can't show your baby?
Oh,
I'm
baby's
Laura Lee.
upstairs in the room with my husband.
Oh, it's
Well,
up in with your husband? To Scooter, are you opening a doll dress shop?
No, it's, what do you call it? Italian crepe
Italian
paper.
crepe paper.
I love the way she says
My
Italian.
daughter said that when Scooter said that on her show, she kept saying Italian. She goes, please tell me Scooter's kidding with that. And I said, yes. And she goes, oh, okay. Wow.
With what? With
The
what?
The way
Italian.
you say
Oh.
Italian.
Yeah. She goes, please tell me Scooter is kidding with that. That she really doesn't say that.
I do
What'd
too,
you say?
Susan. I do.
And I
have
said, yeah, of
embarrassment.
course. Yes, she is.
Oh, you said she was kidding?
Yeah, yes, because it's her sister that says that.
Yeah, Shelley's the one.
Italian dressing.
Oh, okay. But you
Yeah.
really don't say it, right, Scooter?
No, I say Italian.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Except for the toast.
Hi, Vicki. I don't know if you heard me. Robbity Bob. Silly Willy, come on now.
Now what's Silly Willy talking about?
No, neither. Yeah, someone on panel is
I don't know.
squeaking.
Yeah, Silly Willy is getting like really.
Silly Willy. Come on now. Hi, Tevis.
Okay, you'll send me pictures. Okay.
I will send pictures to you tomorrow. But it's so cute, and he just looks at me and says, why did you do that? And I go, I always wanted a real baby doll when I was little, and I was denied.
Really?
Wow.
Really?
Really?
My mother never got me much of anything. I mean, I got Bibles and stuff like that, and I'm going,
Oh, really?
yeah. I never got I got a Barbie-like doll, but not a real Barbie.
That's sad.
Hmm.
You know, it brings bad memories. That's probably why I spoil my son so much.
I don't blame you.
Oh, you know what?
Interesting, Vicky. Yeah.
No, it was a pattern that my mother also had some kind of a mental illness along with my sister.
Oh, really?
Yeah, my mother, I think, was not bipolar where she'd go on the edge. I think she was more of a sad bipolar. My sister, she's a narcissistic person, and she's out of my life. I didn't even wish her well. I just never anymore. She got the hint. The last she got in playing, and she goes, I just want to tell you I am so sorry for all the things I did to you. And I said, and here I'm going, okay, I'm not that stupid. Write me in a letter of everything that you heard me.
I have to get another drink. I'll be right there.
And she never
Where
wrote
are you
that.
going?
Getting a drink.
Yeah, I got a lot of clothes, mostly, not too much toys. That's why I used my imagination when I was growing up. Like I wanted stilts
Like
and
what? I'm sorry, Nancy, you cut out. Like what?
like stilts, stilts. You walk around on poles, off the ground. I wanted.
Yeah.
So I took two coffee cans. Back then, the coffee cans were really big and they were metal. And I drove two holes on one side and the other and put a rope through it and walked around with those.
Really?
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
clever, though. That's
yeah.
clever.
I used my imagination. I mean, she was a good mom. She loved me, but if your child is begging for a uh, Susie Baker oven for 3 years in a row, you think you should get it for her? Oh, I used to cry myself to sleep. I says, "Oh my gosh."
But you knew she loved you and everything? She wasn't
Yeah,
cruel
I
to
knew
you
she
or
loved
anything?
me. I knew she loved me, but the way that she acted was like she was. She made good money. My father made good money, but she was the ruler of the money. So she even gave my father an allowance.
But maybe
Like,
he was careless with money.
no, he wasn't
Oh,
careless with. No, no.
She gave your father an allowance?
Yes. Is that strange?
Yeah.
And she just lived like we were poor,
Well,
and I just assumed that, went on with Christmas, because of
yeah.
birthday money, she'd take my birthday money and buy me new school clothes.
Oh,
Yeah.
gosh.
She gave my cat up once when I was at school.
she gave what?
My cat away. Well, she did it twice.
She gave what? Your
My
cat?
My cat.
Ah,
And I found a white cat. It came to our door. I said it was a lion. My mother came running, and I said, "Can we?" And I went to school, and I come home, and I'm going, "Mincy, where are you?" Oh, I had the Humane Society come and take her away because she kept having babies. And I'm going, by then I was only like 7. And what can you do? Yell at your mom? No, you just go and you be sad. And then she did it. I found another cat a few years later, and I learned to love it. It didn't have, maybe it had babies. I don't know. Came home and it was gone. And then she said, "I'll take you to the store and buy you something." At a moment, I thought, wow, I get to pick something I want. She picked my clothes.
Oh,
Bright orange yellow dress that I did not like, and these beige loafers that I thought was ridiculous.
oh.
And
How old were you?
I was maybe 11 by then.
my goodness.
To my son, I said, "Hey, do you like this?" He goes, "No, not really." I said, "You know what? You pick your clothes like He's always picked his clothes. I never say you got to wear this.
You too.
Well, the only time I said,
Martin's a torch me tomorrow. I don't know.
Okay.
so, yeah, it was a rough life, but you know what? I came out better for that. I understand my son because he says, "I pretend I'm poor," and I go, "Oh, don't do that." He goes, "No, not like grandma." I says, "No, no, no, don't. I'm not like grandma." And he sold his tires. He got a truck that only had 20,000 miles on it,
Right.
and and the truck tires only had 20,000 miles on it. So he sold it for $450. And he says, "Well, okay, I can put it in the bank and save it. Hey, woo." So he goes out and buys a new gaming system. And he goes, "You know what? I did me today." And I says, "That's what you need to do every now and then." He says, "I'm probably the only adult that has every available place systems." I says, "That's good. That's good. You enjoy it. You work hard, you play even harder." So, yeah,
Maybe, do you think you would come on my channel sometime and
Oh my gosh.
tell us your
Oh,
story?
stop.
I have
Stop.
stories. That's the one thing.
Carolyn, you know I'm interested. I like to get into all of it.
Oh
You
my
know
goodness.
she's joking.
Goodness.
That's
Oh my
No,
goodness.
I'm not joking.
She's out of
I'm not.
control.
I'm not joking.
Oh my gosh, what is that dog?
That would be like, you know what this would be like?
Look
You'd
at
have
this.
Johnny Carson, right? And then you would have two guests down that have, like, maybe Regis Philbin would be on the show. And then there would be somebody there. And then Regis would be like, hey, to the guest, would you come on my show, like, next tomorrow? It's like, what?
But that's one thing that me and my mother shared a lot. She shared her growing up period. She shared what happened in her life. She never talked
I
about
love that kind of stuff.
She and my sister never talked about when my sister would address our mother together, she'd say, your mother. Your mother. She'd always say, your mother. And I'm going, okay, are you adopted or am I adopted? You know?
Yeah.
But we had that connection. Hours I would ask her questions. Not so much of my dad. I think I know bits of his life. And he lived through the Depression. His father died they were doing gallbladder surgery. And back in the late 20s, that was major surgery. And he didn't survive, So I hear that story. I hear that when the Depression hit, there was like 7 of them. So all of them went to the orphanage except the 2 oldest, my dad and my uncle.
Oh,
And
wow.
they had to go out and work and make money so that they could bring the kids home. Now you're talking about maybe 8 or 9-year-old. My father said he was smoking when he was 4. I go, oh my God.
4?
Wow.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
he smoked a lot, and he was an alcoholic when he was young, and he did quit. My mother threw him in jail. But I don't remember too much of it. I remember bits and pieces of his anger.
But wait, was that your dad she threw in jail? So maybe he wasn't good with money.
Well, he got drunk. He was an alcoholic.
Right. So maybe your mother had a valid reason.
Maybe. I never thought of it that way. And
Probably
it just,
did. That's probably
and
exactly
it probably
right.
just crept on, and the trust issue wasn't
Maybe
there.
he was drinking away his salary or something.
Well,
Yeah.
that could be.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I don't feel so bad.
Yeah.
But he was an angry alcoholic. He was very angry. I only see it a few times, and it was always very mean. It was my dad, But when he quit, he went to AA, and he could have 1 beer at a time. It would be okay. And he, it's so funny. He'd take the dog out there, and him and the dog used to share a beer. Not a lot of beer. And he says, "That's your drinking buddy?" And he goes, "Yep."
It's
So,
pink.
Hey, it's Bink.
Get out of here.
so yeah, I have many stories. My mother, she grew up in Europe in the Baltic states. She came from a rich family. They had a lot of land. He raised race horses for rich people, and he was killed by the Russian communists because he wouldn't give up his land, and they hung him in the barn. And my mother found him.
See, this is the stuff I love to listen to.
Yeah, it was a hard time, and and I remember going through
No,
this
we're going to
stuff,
start the
and
sale tomorrow. It's pink. Do you have something to sell? Sorry, Nancy.
That's okay. I'll just talk over you. It'll be fine. So I was going through her stuff, and if I wasn't in a rush, I took everything of value, meaning letters, photos. She had oh my gosh, a lot of stuff,
I
And
would like
I
to hear
took the
that story,
value,
Kashmir.
but
Vicky,
I
no,
was looking for the
Nancy wasn't
pictures.
adopted. It was,
Yeah, it
I'd
might
like
be
to
now.
do adoption stories, Kashmir. We had one of our best shows was adoption stories. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Nancy. I'm sorry.
sorry,
Well, I was
Nancy.
going through her pictures. I was going through her pictures, and I remember her pointing these out. You know, that's my cousin. He went to Siberia, never came back, and it was one right after the other, one right after the other, one right after the other. And I remember seeing this picture, but not putting the stories on. You know, it was horse-drawn cages with a it looked like a casket, and I bet you that was from my grandfather when they buried him when he was killed,
Mm-hmm.
because it was the procession was really long. I mean,
Yeah.
oh my, I have stories of I had lots of cousins that went to Siberia and didn't come back. You know,
So
and
will you come on my show sometime?
absolutely,
We'll have
absolutely.
you know?
Yeah, she was an opera singer. She loved the opera. She played in plays, and what else did they have? Oh, when she left, she was in her late 20s, and she had a brother that died of lung cancer and another brother. And the mother said, I want you girls out of here because they're going to close the Iron Curtain down and you won't be able to leave. I mean, they packed within hours. She said, I left all my costumes. I had a big bank account with a lot of money, but you know, hey, why are you taking out all your money now? What, you know, the Gestapo was watching you.
Mm-hmm.
And
Oh my gosh.
she went to Germany and she lived there for a while. Yeah, and then shortly the curtain went down, and she never got to see her mother again. She died, I think, a year after I was born. She did get to go back to her country in 76, and then she took my dad in 78. So, and then here's my mother, the rebel. Back in those days, you had to book your tour with a certain airline. You had to book your reservations through like Russia because they didn't want you anywhere except where you needed to be. Well, my mother, being the rebel, snuck out to the farmlands to go visit her mother and dad's grave.
Oh, it's a lucky she didn't get caught.
Well, I hope not, because she wouldn't be able to sell her American money to people. Because the value of the American money was worth more than her country's money value. So yeah, you know. And when she got on the plane, they announced, if you have any Bibles, bring them up. We do not want them in the country. So if you have any Bibles, you have to give them up.
Wow.
Who brought Bibles? My mother.
So is that why, do you think that's one reason she was so into it?
Yeah.
Into the Bible and everything?
Yeah, she was as good as a Christian as she could, you know, because she was a nurse. So she worked, you know, midnights, and it's hard to get to church because I think she worked 2 weeks on, then you got a weekend, and then you had to work 2 weeks on again. Yeah, my dad, I think he faltered a bit, you know, but because we were taking catechism lessons, and the requirement of taking catechism lessons on Saturday is you show up for church on Sunday. And if you didn't show up to church on Sunday, you had to write your lesson 3 times for the week. And I kept writing it because I didn't want to confront my dad and say, hey, we need to go to church. You know, I can't be writing my lessons. I was in junior high. I was falling behind in my lessons. So he would come, sit in the car, let me go to church, and then come back. So I don't know where his relationship with God is. I know he was a believer. I just think he was a lost person, you know, because he wasn't too happy with my mother. I think it was a marriage that should have ended, but at that time, no one did that, you know?
Right.
Rarely did you know anybody that was divorced. I only had one friend that was divorced, and I had to ask what is that? He goes, oh, I don't have a father. You know, my mother divorced him. And I go, you know.
Yeah,
oh,
they did divorce, but it wasn't common, like, you know.
No, it wasn't. So, I think he stayed for the majority of the kids, you know, because that's what they did way
Yeah.
back. He stayed. And I think he was unhappy because of my mother being a control freak, my sister being a narcissistic personality disorder person. And here I am, afraid to do anything because you have to be accountable for your actions. And I always stayed right on that line and walked that line because I didn't want to get in trouble like she did, you know. And yeah, well, I could tell you stories, and they're sad stories. I mean, you know, she couldn't get credit because she ruined her own credit. So my dad co-signed on a loan, and she goes, "Hey, Dad signed a loan for me so I could get a car." And I'm looking at this paper, and I'm going, "Death benefit? Why did you get that? Why did you get a death benefit? You're not going to die." And she never would answer me. And then when my father died, she was, "I got to get a death notice or death certificate so I don't have to pay on the car anymore." I go, oh my gosh, that's so sad.
Yeah.
And then she told me, I said, "How can you be worried about your damn effing car at this time?" And then she approached me and she took my hair and was throwing me all around the room. My husband had to grab her to get her off of me. Oh, it was horrible. It was horrible.
Wow, Nancy.
I could never depend on her on anything. She lived 2 blocks away, maybe, I would say maybe a half of a mile. What is that, a fourth of a mile? She lived a fourth of a mile away from my mother. When my mother fell and she almost died because I would call, I wouldn't get an answer. I think my sister was calling. She got an answer. She was okay. And I never really talked to my sister because I really didn't want to engage. And I said, "When was the last time you heard from Mom?" She goes, "Oh, I think Monday." And this time it was like Friday. And I go, "I haven't talked to her since a long time." So I go over there and she's half alive, laying on her floor, moments away from being dead. She was septic. She had every infection in her whole body. And I yelled at my sister, "Why couldn't you have come and looked at her?" I had to come all the way at least 25 minutes to go and see what was going on at her home. So while she was in the hospital, she had her dog, my dad's dog, and I couldn't keep going back and forth to go and take care of the dog. And I said to my sister, "Can you take care of the dog? Can you go over there and feed it?" She would never feed it. I says, "Can you bring the dog to your house? I can't have him sitting all over the floor." I go, "That's why you take him out." Then she started attacking me physically. By then, I was pregnant and I didn't know it. And she was hitting me all about my head and my face and pulling my hair. Again, my husband had to pull us apart. And I said, "Don't you worry about that dog. I'm going to take care of that dog." She just was, everything was a bother to her. You know, it was a bother. It was a bother. It was all about her, all about doing this and getting this done. "I need more money, Mom. Can you write me a check?" Over and over and over $50,000 in checks that woman wrote from my mother when I found it in the house.
Oh my
I couldn't
gosh.
believe it. And one time I was putting all the dates chronologically to see when this was all happening. And I go, oh my gosh. On her birthday, when I'm trying to get her doors, metal doors, living in Detroit, and she had wooden doors. And I says, "Mom, these doors are going to fall apart. You have to get metal doors." And she agreed to it. And she goes, the guy goes, "Well, what color paint do you want them?" She goes, "I don't know, maybe white." And he goes, "Well, this will cost you this." And it wasn't that big of a bill. And she goes, "Oh, no. I says, paint the damn doors. You know you're not going to paint those doors. You might as well have somebody do it that does it right." She says, no, I'll get paint and I'll paint them. They were never painted. And on that day when I'm fighting with her to get painted doors, my sister came to get more money
Oh my gosh.
on my mother's birthday. Mm.
Hello, Taguit. I didn't hear what you were saying. And Deb, I don't know what's wrong, but I hope everything will be okay. Sorry you had a bad day.
Yeah. But you know what? What almost kills us makes us stronger. I forgive my mother.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
forgive
yeah.
her actions. So I loved her. I cried when she died. I did everything right. I made sure she got into a nursing home. They took all her money. My sister was yelling at it, saying they're all going to get her money. And I says, it's her money. It's okay. To this day, she thinks I have $100,000 hidden away somewhere. I don't have $100,000. She died with $2,000 in her bank because that's what she could keep. Because Medicaid says you can only have $2,000. I made sure she had the best dang gone funeral she had because I had it prepaid. So she had a very nice casket. Because, hey, I did my mom right.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, sounds like it.
And
It was Carolyn that had the adoption wife.
I mean, I've seen my birth certificate. I see my mother's and father's name on it, but I don't have the original. I have a copy now that says you were born on so and so. Because I was hoping I'd see the time I was born and the weight I was. I didn't. I lost that one a long time ago. It could be around the house somewhere.
So you wait, I'm confused. You were adopted?
No, I said I think I'm adopted. Oh, I know.
Okay. Okay.
Oh no, I would.
Yeah, I didn't think you said that.
I mean, I don't distinctly remember. I've seen my mother's and father's name on my original, so I know I'm not adopted. I don't know if she's adopted because I've never seen her birth certificate.
Okay.
But when we're 3 years, I feel like we're 3 years and 4 months. She's 3 years, 4 months older than I am. And when I came home from the hospital, all the attention was on the baby because that's what moms do. You got a newborn, you have to. Well, my sister didn't take too likely to it and said, why don't you give her to the neighbors? But I wish my mother would have kept that to herself because that didn't make me feel good.
Right.
Well, I mean, she probably thought it was a cute thing.
Yeah, probably a joke,
Cute
thing a kid says. I've
It's
heard
like
of
my
other
brother,
kids
when
doing that.
my mother brought home her second child and my brother was 4, they heard the baby scream and they walked in there and they're looking around and then my brother says, I don't like him, so I bit his finger. And they thought like that was like a funny story.
What did he say?
He said, I don't like him, I bit his finger.
Oh.
Well, at least he's honest.
Yeah. Well, yeah. And he's the attorney. The one that bit the finger. Yeah. He was pleading his case.
Even though my mother said she loved us both equally, when I look back, it wasn't equally because there's a lot of things that she got that I didn't get. But I look now, I'm a better person for not everything handed to me.
Right.
She got a nice 1960 Volkswagen as her second car. She didn't need it. She could have drove my mother's like I had to drive my mother's to go to college.
Yeah, but I mean, different things happened.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I was the youngest, and a lot of stuff changed. Yeah, my brother, the oldest one, the one that bit the finger, used to make kind of jokes like, wow, things have changed around here, isn't it?
That's what we would say with the
Yeah,
last
but that just happens.
us first 3, me, Becky, and Michael. have always said that about the last 3 kids.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
kind of stuff
You know
happens.
Yeah,
How
my
they-
youngest brother got away with everything.
Yeah. Yep.
He was 13 years younger
Oh
than
my
me.
gosh, I never got away with anything.
Because
Oh, I didn't. I was the
that's-
firstborn.
yeah,
I was the
yeah.
test child.
Me and you both, Doug.
I was the youngest. I didn't get away with nothing.
Oh,
there was
gosh,
more.
sun-kissed.
There was more accountability to me than anything. It was sort of like, what did we learn? Walk with a purpose. Let everybody know that you're doing a job. Be a leader, you know. And she had me washing dishes when I was 2 or 3 years old. She even put a step stool. But my sister didn't have chores.
Yeah, well, that changed too. My 3 brothers, they all had jobs. Like, I think it was every Saturday or something. The one brother that bit the finger was the floor buffer. The other one did the bathrooms. And the other one, I forget what he did. And my brother always tells this story, the middle brother, that because where we lived in New Jersey, there was like a man-made lake where we lived, and they'd have tennis courts and stuff. So you could go down there, and it was like pretty cool. So it was just right behind our house. And my brother said one day he's down there talking to a girl, and they're paging on the loudspeaker. Well, blah, 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 please come to the pavilion. So my brother's like, what the freak? So it was my mother saying that you didn't finish something in the bathroom, and she made him come all the way home to do that. Now, my mother would never do that, like with the younger kids. Like, we never even had like anything like that, okay? So, yeah, things change.
Yeah.
And my mother goes, but
Oh.
he never forgot again, right? Yep, never forgot again.
Well, like when I was growing up, there was no way that my parents would let me have a girl in my room. And when I did have a girl over, my door had to remain open at all times.
Mm-hmm.
And my dad was always poking in, making sure nothing was going on. Well, so, you know, I'm out my own. I have my own. I had my first child. You know, I'm living an adult life. And I remember calling home one time, and my dad's like, I'm talking to my dad, and he's like, oh, yeah, we had to get your brother a new bed. And I'm thinking, well, Dad, didn't you just get him a new bed like 2-3 months ago? Well, yeah, but that bed's not big enough. And I'm like, it was his twin says, I'm like, big enough? Well, he needs a bigger bed because his girlfriend's been staying the night. And I'm like, say what?
Oh my God.
No
What?
kidding. That's what happened with me. I moved out first and got married. She stayed home. No boys were allowed in my bedroom. No. You were either in the TV room or you were in the living room. That was it. And I go, Dad, why is there a lock from the inside to going upstairs? And he goes, oh, she has Kevin over all night long. I'm going, oh,
Yeah,
my
well,
God. But she
after
was
I had
older.
been
She was
divorced
in
the
her
first
30s.
time, and I had a girl that I had been dating for like 3 years, and my parents invited us to go to the beach cabin with them. And my mom and dad made me sleep in a separate room.
Yeah.
But yet my brother, you know, they gave him a new bed, but here I am, a
I
complete
think the
adult.
reason why they didn't make a big stink about her boyfriend being over there all night long was she was 32 years old. She should have flew the coop years ago.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they said, we're not going to put a rift because we're hoping she gets married and gets out of here, you know.
Right.
And then she got pregnant, and then she called me and said, you have to tell Dad. I go, what? That's your job to tell you that you had a miscarriage. I go, okay, I can do it. I can do that. No problem. I went in there and I talked to my dad. I said, oh, she got knocked up. Now she's having a miscarriage. And I just walked away. Because she couldn't face my father. She wanted someone else to do the follow the elephant and clean up the mess.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that was funny. After that, after I thought, oh, this is real cool because here had no boys in my room, had to live a life of a nun. I had to be home at 11. If not, my father was on the porch. Where are you? I was coming home at 10 to 11. and I was like 20 years old. If we went out Friday, Saturday, I had to be home at 11.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Dad's rules, and we could do that. And we had to go to church every Sunday. He said, he did start taking up more church when we moved out of that neighborhood. So maybe the neighborhood was, it's where the Detroit riots started in '67. So that area was shady to begin with. So I think maybe he was just watching the car. I don't put two to two. I just think Dad's being put in the car because he doesn't want to come into church. I mean, he always came into church when we came in as a family. And then we changed churches. They were where our new house was, still in Detroit. And he went every Sunday. And he says, as long as you live under my roof, you're going to church every Sunday. I go, okay. Okay, no problem. And be
Are
home
you
at 11.
still up in Michigan, Nancy?
Yeah, all my life.
Oh, okay.
My mother loved Detroit. She just loved Detroit. Everybody in when you were coming to America back then, she didn't go through Ellis Island because she came in, I think, when they just closed it down. So you had to have a sponsor, and she had a sponsor, and everybody was telling her, oh, you have to move to Michigan. My father was from Pennsylvania, but the jobs are not many back then. There's only 2 jobs you could have: work on the railroad or do coal in the coal mines. And so he came to Detroit and established our family here. But it was sad because we never had any cousins. My aunt lived in Ontario because she's a twin, and she married her husband, and he was from Canada, so she moved away, and that was sad. And my mother's a twin. So when she took the big boat over, and in order to cut their fare, because you had to pay to go, it was a working hospital. It was a hospital. It was a floating hospital. So she had to work in order to decrease some of the rate that she was coming across the ocean. And she would just yell, oh, your aunt's not working. All she wants to do is party, and I have to work. But when they got off the boat in New York, I have a picture of it. It made the newspaper. I might even have the original picture. Yeah, the New York Times, or the New York, whatever it was. Because I guess reporters come and they see all the people who are coming over to America from, after the World War was ending. And they were both twins. They were dressed to the nines. They had suits on with skirts, and they were tailored. I mean, and they approached them, and they took their picture, and it made the headlines. And then they started getting calls from acting agencies. Oh, you'd make a great, movie star. Please come. And she goes, no, I just want to be a nurse. She refused. I says, oh my God, why, Mom? We could be rich. But yeah, they were stunning. They were absolutely stunning. The hair and the hat. They even wore hats. So it was a different time back then where ladies, it still happens. They took they got dressed correctly when they go out because you were a lady,
Right.
And
yeah.
she had no problem with her clothes. She was also a seamstress, and luckily everything she made me I liked, except that red furry coat. Why did she pick red? Red furry. But I wore it, and it's a funny thing, after I would get out of a coat, because I grew very slowly. I stayed like in my 60s for like 3-4 years. So I actually wore my clothes out. And then I'd have to wear the same outfit because she made it for my sister also. I can never get away. It was so, whatever I had we were dressed like twins because she was a twin.
But yeah, but my mother did that to my sister and I too, and my mother wasn't a twin.
Okay. But that is funny though. And my sister was taller, bigger, bigger. So luckily
you,
I didn't
Tavis.
get too many clothes because they would never fit me.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Thank you, Robity Bob, or whoever's Tevis. Oh, Laura Lee, it's a flower fairy, or so it's supposed to be. I'm watching a video learning how to make it.
that looks like, I can't, my mother grew a lot of flowers, so I always seen flowers. It looks like something she would have growing in her backyard. That flower with the, I always loved her garden. She was a very good gardener. She had flowers galore and vegetables. It was like a vegetable and fruit stand in our backyard.
That's nice.
Wow, that's nice.
Peaches, apples, plums.
Pumpkin pie.
No, no, she
Apple,
never,
peaches,
never
pumpkin
had
pie.
pumpkins. Not that I know of, but we had a grape arbor, and she'd make wine with the grapes. We had those little small purple grapes. I didn't like them because the skins were really tough. I'd suck the inside out and throw the skin away. And
Oh,
she had
the Concord?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what you do, yeah.
and I wondered why all the neighbors want to hang in my backyard.
Huh?
Yeah, because it's like, and plus the vegetables. Now, I knew not to touch the vegetables. But I would take rhubarb and go get some sugar and eat rhubarb stalks. She didn't mind that because she always had rhubarb growing. Which that's a acquired taste because it's bitter. So you have to pair it up.
Rhubarb.
Oh my gosh. Strawberry and rhubarb pie.
Oh, that's so good. My mom would make that.
Oh, yeah. And what she grew, she canned. And if she didn't get enough, we'd go out to the farmer's market or Eastern market where the farmers come in. It's in the middle of Detroit. And she'd buy bushels and bushels of cucumbers and tomatoes. I didn't have a life in July and August because either I was cutting bean tips or skinning tomatoes for sauce. Or she never allowed me to slice the cucumbers for pickles, and I thought, thank God. But it was bean cleaning, cutting, peeling carrots, cutting. Because what she didn't can, she also fast freeze. So you put it in a hot, and then you put
blanch
it
it and freeze it.
Yeah, blanch it and freeze it. But no one else would help her.
Mm-hmm.
My sister didn't have any desire. She taught me by just being there to watch. I know how to do it. I can a few years ago, but it's a big process.
Right.
I mean, it is a big process, and plus, it's not really beneficial to us because my husband only likes green beans.
Yeah,
Oh.
but
Yeah, I mean, for me, yeah, but how many carrots do I need to can or, But yeah, it's a lot tastier when it comes out of the canning jar.
mm-hmm.
I love pickles. And then she started doing refrigerator pickles.
Right.
That was good. And then she started into sauerkraut, and that was horrible. She said, I'm only doing it this once. It's too much work. Yeah, it was a lot of work. But yeah, she loved to cook. She loved to can. And she always made dinners every day. I thought it was a blessing to have a TV dinner every now and then. I felt like a queen.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, we're having TV dinners, and we ate in front of the TV.
Yeah.
Those times, those great times, like Wizard of Oz doesn't come on TV very much when we were growing up.
No, like
But
once
when
a
it
year.
No.
Once a year.
Yeah, once a
Yeah.
year. And when it came on, it was popcorn popping. And we'd make
Yeah.
popcorn and just sit there and watch The Wizard of Oz because it didn't come on that much.
Yeah, it was
Right,
like
yeah.
a big deal.
Oh, it was, yeah.
Sit there and
I
go,
remember the first time that I seen The Wizard of Oz. We still had black and white TV. We didn't have color. And then the very next year, the black and white TV had just broke, and my mom and dad went and bought the color TV set and set it up just in time to watch Wizard of Oz. So Wizard of Oz was the very first show, and it was unedited, so it didn't have any commercial breaks. And so it first comes on, you know how the first half is in black and white, and I'm thinking, well,
Yeah.
what's wrong with our TV? It's not. But boy, when she opened that door, whew, man.
Yeah, see, I never got to see that as a kid in color.
Really?
My
Yeah.
friend had it, and I remember her telling me that it was, you know, like you said, when she opens the door, when she gets there to
Yeah.
the land of Oz.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, see, my parents, they first time they'd seen it was in the movie theater. So yeah, that my parents would always tell us kids when we'd watch it in black and white, this is when it turns into color. But you know, when you're watching black and white, it's like, okay.
Do you want to
Oh.
talk about that, Scooter?
No.
Do you have unresolved feelings about that? That your friend got to see it in color and you didn't?
oh my. I didn't get to see it in color either.
Oh gosh,
And that's probably why I should need a therapist.
probably.
That all changed when I became an adult.
You mean you didn't get to see it in color until you were an adult?
Yeah.
No, I didn't get to see it until we bought our first color TV.
Wow.
When we got married, yeah. We had black and white in the house.
We had black and white when I was first married too, to my first husband.
Wow. Yeah, color TV wasn't real
It-
popular like it is now. I mean, you don't even see a black and white TV anymore, do you?
No,
I
we
don't-
always had color TV in the like in the family room, living room, and stuff. So they were, and like my father's. I think like maybe I had a black and white TV in my bedroom when I was real little.
Well, the last three kids, they grew up with color TV.
Yeah.
My parents got it once I was out of the house. Me and Becky and Michael.
Now, my husband's parents, they had color TV. So when I went over there, I'm going,
Same here. Yep.
wow. Wow. I've been deprived. Oh
Yeah, I can't even think of anybody that had color TV in my neighborhood.
I don't know how they could afford them. They had 5 kids, you know, and the mother, father, and the grandma was living. Because that's another thing that we always grew up. The grandmas always lived with either one of their children. There was a lot of grandmas in our neighborhood.
Oh, yeah, the long wire, Laura. Like, I know that. You thought
Oh,
you were
my
real
goodness.
cool. It's a remote control, but it had a huge wire connected to the TV or the, yeah.
Yeah, I had a wire.
Ridiculous.
I had a wire
I
remote.
remember that. Oh my gosh, I forgot about that.
I remember the rabbit ears would always get broken. We'd have like a hanger in there trying
Or
to
tinfoil.
yeah, trying to get the channels to come
And then
in right.
the tuner, where you would turn the turner would
Yeah.
go out, and then you had to take tape so it would hold it in place. Oh,
Well, my parents, the first color TV that we had, they said it was, supposed to be, where you could move it around. Because the other TV that we had was just this big old console TV, but this was like a portable TV. But it was this big, heavy TV on a TV cart, and it was hard to push around. And my youngest brother Saturday morning, he went to move it from the living room into the family room where he could close the doors so my parents wouldn't wake up. And as he did that, the TV fell over and landed on its face and broke all the knobs.
Oh,
So we had to
no.
use a pair of needle nose
Oh,
pliers
yeah,
to
right.
turn it.
Or you had to keep putting the knob back on.
Yeah.
And as it would come out.
yeah. I still have my. We bought with our wedding money. We bought a portable one, color, and then I think maybe 3 years later. Oh yeah, I was burning a candle, and I think something started melting the top of our portable TV, and I says, I'm afraid to use it, honey. So then we bought a Quasar floor model, And I still have that in the basement. I don't know why I saved it. I said, just put it in the basement. Maybe somebody will need it or I'll need it later. I mean, I did turn the basement into a TV room when my kid was a teenager because I says, if you're going to have a girlfriend, just go in the basement. Then I know you're safe, not walking around doing hanky panky.
I remember thinking my first in-laws were so rich because they would buy me so many things, and my husband, they spoiled him rotten. They always gave him whatever he wanted. And
Wow.
wow, yeah. We never had to worry about money because his mother would hand us money constantly.
Oh
And
my gosh. No, they
that's
grew
my
up.
kids' grandparents,
My
Bonnie and
parents
me.
taught me to take care of my stuff. I have stuff to this day that I had as a child that's still in good condition. Because I knew that if I broke something, if something was broken, I'd never get it replaced.
The only
That
thing I
was it.
have left is my first teddy bear, and it's about 66 years old. So that's the only thing I have left.
Was it? What is it?
A teddy bear.
A teddy bear
Teddy
that
bear.
my godmother gave me when she first came to see me when I was first born. I have it in a Ziploc bag hidden away. But I told my son, I said, if you ever come across a flat teddy bear, it's my first one, and don't throw it away when you're cleaning out my house. He goes, don't you think you should do this now while you're living? But I always tell him, if you need to go to the store for something, ask me if I have it. And most of the time, I have it and he gets it.
Hi, Pitbull Sleuth.
But yeah, I got to get to that basement. I have about $1,000 of yarn in boxes.
Yeah, when I wanted like nice clothes when I was in school, my parents, they would have a certain budget that they would spend on us boys. And it wasn't like we were being dressed bad, but we just didn't get the stuff that we wanted.
Right.
And so a friend of mine and I, we decided we were going to go trapping to make extra money. And we only had like 12 traps, but that season we both made $1,000 a piece. And this was in like
wow.
76, 77.
Wow.
So $1,000, that was a lot of money.
Yeah.
No.
And I was like one of the best dressed kids at that school that year.
My
That's
birthday
neat.
money always was my clothes money, which sucks because, 1 year I did get to buy a TV. My godmother gave me money for my birthday. And my mother says, you know what? Why don't you buy a TV with that money? They're coming in cheaper and cheaper. And I go, oh, okay. So I get to keep it in my room. No, it's in the family room in the basement. When we got married, I took that TV, and that was our TV. It was a black and white. And when we got our portable, I gave it back to my mother, and it still worked. She got it from Sears.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
From Sears works wonders.
They used to make things to last,
Yeah, it lasts forever.
Yeah.
My
I have a blender that was my mom's that she got back in the late 60s, early 70s when they first were coming out with blenders. And I have it. Thing works great. And I've had 2 that I bought brand new and they didn't last. So I
No.
just stick with this old blender. Looks ugly, but it works.
Yeah.
Probably retro now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
And if you clean it up, somebody will give you top dollar for that.
No, it works too good. I don't want to get rid of it.
I don't blame you.
Yeah, because what they made back then lasted a long time. My mother's washer, before she had a ringer washer, and that was a task because you're pulling it out and you have to run it through the ringers. Somebody should be standing on the other side so you can guide it, into the next rinse cycle, because you wash, then she would save her soap, add more water, or take some out if it was too dirty. And, it was called it was recycling. She was a recycler of everything back then. But yeah, it was my job to hold on to the,
Hi, Jennifer Rochelle.
to guide the clothes out. And if something was too heavy, it would pop open the little lever, and it would scare the bejeebies out of me every time. And she still had that washer, and she got she said in her savings account she was saving up for a washer and dryer, and they were from Sears. It was a Sears product. And it lasted over 25 years. And she says, if you're going to go get a washer, go to Sears and get that one with a sud saver. I go, sud saver? And I go, okay, Mom said to get a washer with a sud saver. And they looked at me and they go, yeah, we have one, but not very many people use sud savers. I go, okay, but my mom says I need to get it. So I got it, and it lasted,
Carolyn, where'd you go?
I had to get
a
my
good
snow
25 years, over, maybe even 30 years. And I'm reading the thing and I'm going, oh no, I'm not doing these sud savers, because that means I have to walk down the basement to, do
What is
all
sud
that.
savers? What does it do?
Sud savers, it takes the suds. Now you had a laundry tub. Our laundry tubs has two tanks. They were big, and one would be the clean water wash, and one would be the dirty wash. That the soap would come out, and you'd keep the soap. So then, when you were a sud saver, you'd put it on sud saver so it could draw that soap back into your washing machine, and then add more if it needed to, and then you add more soap to it. I don't know what the purpose was, but my husband worked in the auto plant, and I says, I am not using a sud saver. He worked with grime and grit. He was putting transmissions together. Can you see saving soap to wash our?
No.
I mean, it was his clothes were so bad. I says, you have to go in the basement and change and leave it down there, because they are not going to stay up in the bathroom and stink up for a whole week. Because even he smelled like oil, because
that tranny fluid has a bad smell to it.
Yeah, he always came home smelling, and then when he retired and then he was getting on my nerves, he went and got another job. And I mean, I thanked him. I says, oh my God, you're not getting so dirty. And then he found another job where he could wear his pants twice. And I'm going, twice in a row. And I go, wow, this is cool. And then he got common sense. Hey, I have COPD. This could kill me. I'm retiring. I said, okay, no problem. You make the decision. And it's been really good. He doesn't get on my nerves. He does everything. He really doesn't get on my nerves. But I just told him, I said, he has this thing of going, you know what? And then he'll repeat himself, you know what? You know what? And I go, just from now on, don't say you know what. Just come in blasting with what you have to tell me. Because I'm listening. You know what? And I'm looking at him. You know what?
But, does he ever do that to joke around and make sure, like, Jimmy will do that. It makes it sound like he has something really important to, and then it's nothing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
It's just like a joke. Like, it's like nothing.
It's nothing,
Yeah, and that drives me crazy, because you get you ready that it's like some big
I know.
news or something.
Oh, my God. You know what happened today?
That's what I do to my kids.
I come walking in after dragging my butt inside with 2 hurt knees. And I'm sitting down and I go, what? He goes, I finally got a hold of the doctor. You're getting your colonoscopy. And I says, why are you so damn excited? He goes, I'm just thrilled. And I go, oh my God. And then I just took my shoes off and I says, I just have to lay here for a moment in silence, please. But I mean, he does everything. I ask him, he always knows I like to have coffee after dinner.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll make coffee for me. And on weekends, he knows I like to have coffee right by my table. When I get up in the morning, I see it and I drink it.
How sweet.
And then he makes my breakfast.
Really?
He makes dinner. He does the wash. He does the vacuum.
What?
He
Wow.
does the cooking.
My goodness.
Now he's even doing the shopping because he's saying, you know what? Your knees are hurting. I can just do a list and I can do it.
How sweet.
I know. We get along fantastic. We don't fight anymore. We just, like, we'll go, it is what it is. Can't change it. You know, it is what it is. Oh, but with getting on Social Security, because he had such a great Blue Cross, because they paid for basically a lot.
That's what we had, Blue Cross too.
We had a little copay. Like if we went into the hospital, we never
Yep.
saw a bill. But
Mhm.
with Social Security, it's a new step because we're paying for it. And Lucky
Yep.
Generous Motors said, hey, you can keep for your secondary insurance. It now becomes Blue Care Advantage. And I'm like, I don't know what's covered anymore. I know every time I make a move, I have to call the doctor and get permission. Now you're telling me I don't have to call a doctor to get permission to get a specialist? He goes, no. And I go, that just don't seem right. Because, for 32 years, we always had to call and get authorization for anything. And like today, when I went in for my shot, I didn't have to pay my $35 for my copay. And I go, why? And he goes, oh, they're injections. And I thought, wow, you charged me last time I was here and I got wait a minute. Yeah, I got an injection on the right leg. And they charged me $35, so I don't know what they hang up. I think they made a mistake and they weren't going to,
We got ours for free.
I don't know. I think anything with injection should be free. Because my husband, when they thought he had allergies, he had to go every week to get a shot and there was no charge. So that's something that you need every 3
You're
months.
not on Medicare, are you?
Yeah, I am. I'm on
Oh, you
Medicare.
are? Okay.
Yeah. All I know is that if you enter the hospital, because we talked to a person, on the Social Security, says you have 3 days. Tell them to keep you in observation, because if you're 3 days in observation, you're not admitted. You're being observed, where you get bypass, where you don't have to pay your deductible, which is cool with me. But I don't know the loopholes. But I do know one thing, and we saved a boatload of money because we're both on Medicare. We can cancel our medical insurance part in our auto, and we don't pay for that because Social Security will cover everything.
What do you mean? We don't have to pay for
When
car
you get your
insurance?
car insurance, you got collision, you have liability, you have medical, which is the highest one in Michigan. Because we're both on Medicare, we have our insurance. They don't
Maybe
care
it's
how you got
different in
hurt.
Michigan. Do you think it's
They-
different?
They don't care what caused your pain. They're not going to go to your auto insurance saying this was an auto accident. You have to go through your auto insurance. They will cover everything, which, one was, my husband said it was like $700 off in 6 months. We pay a little bit over $800 for 2 cars, which we were paying $1,600 for 6 months. But I don't know. Check with your agent. Maybe they have that in Indiana. I don't know. But you both have to be on Medicare.
We
That's
are.
all.
We're both on Medicare.
Well, ask your agent. Say, hey, up in Michigan, if you're both on Medicare, you don't have to pay the medical part. Man, that's a big hunk of change. Do they have that in Indiana? You never know. So just
Yeah.
ask questions,
Mhm.
Because I was talking to my friend at school, and I says, yeah, we took a real savings in our car insurance. And she says, how come? And I says, well, we don't pay for the Medicare part, the medical part in our car insurance. And she goes, I don't know what my mother is doing. Says, you better check and see. It's because
Oh, you
if
should
you're on
try
Medicare.
napkins, Laura Lee.
So I don't know. I'm happy that we paid $800, $700, but I'm
Yeah.
sure it'll be eaten up by some other cost
And-
somewhere down the line.
How much do you pay per month?
We pay every 6 months.
Huh.
We usually do. It's about a little
I've
bit
always
over
been into
800.
I've always been into true crime, Kashmir.
Yeah, we pay
Yeah.
every 6 months
Yeah,
I think
we
for my
we
mother.
pay
for
it.
his truck and my car.
We pay half when it comes due, and then we pay the half in February. So ours just came due in December. We'll pay the rest in February. I mean, we could pay it all, but
I
Yeah.
always just do it, paying
yeah,
it monthly,
we
but
do it.
I
See,
pay
I made it look
for
like
my
really
truck
nice.
and for the car, and I'm
At the
paying
bottom, I
full
added
coverage with no liability, and I'm paying
Ooh.
$95 a month for both vehicles, and then throwing the boat and the camper. I'm like
Can't appreciate it like that.
120, I think,
To wash
a
my
month.
hands.
Well, that's not too bad.
No,
But Michigan is very high. I don't know what the reason
But-
why.
but I remember, but for my son, when
Yeah.
he was 16 or no 18, it was like 400 some odd dollars a
Oh my
month.
God.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, holy cow.
We paid for his insurance when he was still in high school.
Yeah,
And then-
I couldn't because I went on disability because of my back injury. I forced to retire early, and I couldn't afford it. And I told my son he can't drive my car because I can't afford him to do it.
Right.
So he bought his own car.
Yeah, my son, what was it? We paid off our plan as a rider when he was a certain age. Then when he got to be 18, he had his own policy, which he paid because he worked as a server and made good money.
Yeah.
And I said, you know what? I'll pay for your phone, but I can't pay for your car insurance.
Yeah, I paid for his phone and I helped him buy his car, but I wasn't going to, even if I had the money, I wouldn't buy him his car because I believe that if a child, if they pay for their car, you help them, but they pay for it. I think they treat it better than.
Oh, absolutely. I do agree. My son, he inherited the bad driving from my mother. Oh my gosh, every time.
Carolyn, where'd you go?
I went to wash my hands.
But it seemed like he would get in these, not many accidents, but when he moved out, he had like one accident, then another accident. Then he totaled the car. And our insurance says we can't insure him because it's going to be over $3,000 just for 6 months. And I said, I'm not paying for his insurance. So he buggered off and got his own car insurance. We had to sign a waiver saying that he will not drive any of our cars.
Yes, no
Yeah.
one got to.
That's so pretty, Carolyn. It's beautiful.
Beautiful. What kind of
Those are Rayo's sauce jars. Tomato sauce jars.
glue do you use? Because I'm
Can I
totally
put some
blind.
snow
I've been
text on
looking-
these?
I mean, they have satin. They have.
Well, I use Aleene's right now. Aleene's decoupage.
Okay. Do they come in a different, like gloss, satin?
It's just
Like-
in one. Just in one thing. I think it's not like it's
Okay.
not a gloss. It's not a gloss.
Mod Podge, they come in different,
Mm-hmm.
like gloss and
Yeah. Sometimes I put the glitter. Like
yeah.
I went over some of these with the glitter, and I also put some of that snow text for another dimension. It's hard to see it from here, but
Well, I'm thinking about. I used to paint and draw. I have canvases, so I thought if I take some of it and make a scene of my, pieces of things that are nice in the napkin, and make a picture out of them.
mm-hmm.
And send it off to my son because I give him everything I make. I don't know why, but I figured he could use it. Paintings. Last year I made him. I drew out the image of Michigan, how Michigan is shaped like a mitten, and the other one, the part, and I colored it blue, and he just adored that thing. He says, "Mom, you made that?" And I go, "Yeah." And I bought another one so I could make one for me, and I never
Thanks,
did
Davis.
because it was so more important. But yeah, I'm
That
going to
looks
try
good.
it. I'm going to get, some of the trees. Definitely that red pickup truck. I love that red pickup truck. And create a picture. I just don't know what size yet. Maybe go little for the first time. Because I don't want to get frustrated and
But
quit.
you can decoupage a canvas.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what I'm going to do.
Yeah. Yep.
And I'm going to have my husband and I make, I bought this canvas that is like a
I could have
rectangle.
had that way too, Lucy's
Like a
World.
rectangle, and our handprints, we're going to
Where are you, Lucy?
paint and put it in like a sunflower on the canvas. So it would have, my handprint, his dad's handprint, and then make it into a sunflower and paint it for him. Because I always say, you're my sunshine, SON.
Right.
You'll always be my sunshine.
Mm-hmm.
And it's always been that way. And I thought, well, with our handprints, he would have a memory that that's Dad's hand, that's Mom's hand,
Yeah.
And we
That's
did
cute. I had
kindergarten. We do a lot of projects with our hands and painting and making images out of them. So
Right.
it seems childish, but it's a memory.
No. It's not. It's not childish.
Because I don't have many things from my father because my father loved to draw and paint. But I do have one thing, and I brought it over to my son, and I says, "Cherish this. This is your grandpa's painting." Because Mom wouldn't give him money. He had to make alternatives.
Well, now again, your mom may have had to do that for another reason.
Yeah. But he had to make alternatives as to, until he could, his allowance went up. When he retired, his allowance went up a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
But he used to paint on any kind of wood he would find, pictures.
Right.
And I have his first painting that he actually did on a canvas. That's the one I gave my son. I says, "You cherish this."
Yeah, I mean, I had a contractor that worked here that the checks had to be made to his wife. Okay? I'm serious. And she gave him like a certain amount he could spend, and it was because he wasn't responsible.
I agree. Because when we first got married, he'd bring home the paycheck, and I says, "Do you get an allowance?" I didn't know how this thing worked. All I know is I put my paycheck in the bank account, all of it, and we paid our bills, and he would give himself an allowance of $20 to buy coffee or a newspaper, this or that. But my husband's pretty not cheap. Just if he doesn't have to pay for it, he's not gonna pay for it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was horrible with money when I was younger.
No, not
My first wife, she handled the bills because she was really good at it.
Right, yeah.
Then when I got divorced, then I had to. I'm good at it now, but I sucked at it at first.
Oh my gosh,
Oh, good in Bloom.
I have this checkbook, and he goes, "Now that's your responsibility of writing out the bills." And I'm going, I never had bills at home. What do I do?
Yeah,
I don't
I
have.
have his waterfall painting on my mantle.
I don't have bills, and so I had to sit down and actually write the bills. And then I was doing it year after year, over 20 years. And I just said, "Husband, I think you need to learn this, because if something happens to me, do you know how to write a check?" And he goes, "No." So now he started writing the checks, and that's cool. And now it's sort of like everything's online. Bing, it's paid.
Well, my dad, he has Alzheimer's or dementia, whatever. I think it's dementia, but he says it's Alzheimer's. But his mom had it, and his sister had dementia, so I think that's what it is. But he was the one that always did the bills. My mom didn't have a clue about it, and my dad, you know, was a very wise man. He's not so much now, but he knew what was facing him, and he knew he had to teach my mom how to do all that stuff before it was too late.
Right.
And so now my mom, you know, she does it. I mean, she's not real great at it as far as computer savvy, you know, paying bills online and stuff, but she manages. But my dad now, you know, it's hard to talk to him because he'll repeat the same things over and over, like it's the first time you're hearing it, and it just breaks me because it's not my dad anymore. That person's not my dad anymore. And
my husband repeats himself. Is there something I need to know? Are you getting dementia? I would say, and he goes, I get kind of scared because you're acting like my mom. She kept repeating herself. Are you okay? You know, or I had a telemedicine meeting on Zoom yesterday, and I yelled down from the upstairs, what time is it? And he said, it's 10 to 6. And I went to the couch and I said, what time is it now? I could have looked at the clock. It goes, oh, it's 10 to 6. And I go, it's not 10 to 6. It's 25 to 6. No, I said 10. I says, no, you said 10 minutes too. No, I said 20. You know, I wasn't going to argue with him, but I'm going, honey, you know. But I don't know. It could be the shadow of his eye. I don't know. He has better eyesight than I do. I just want to get cataracts out. But yeah, we share, you know, if he can't write a check, I'll do it for him. I mean, I know how to do it. But we don't, all of everything is paid online. So we don't write checks. We don't see our checkbook.
Hi, Blue Velvet River.
It was snowing pretty good up here. Did you get snow down there?
Little snow. A little bit.
We did today for the first time. Well, actually, we had it one other time this year, but it was very light and melted.
Are you lying, Scooter?
Today. Huh?
Nothing.
What?
Are you lying?
No, why? We did get it today.
Okay, but actually you said you had it. You did have it one other time.
Yeah, but it was real
So
light.
it really wasn't the first time today.
Well, yeah,
well, it really wasn't.
Okay, whatever.
We got about 2 inches. It was really coming down really bad.
I was excited. I was like, yes.
I mean, it was
Really?
coming down where
Yeah.
I went inside the bakery, ordered a cake, and there was snow all over the car, you know.
Uh-huh.
I don't think I should have been.
So they're going to have their wedding. It's going to be cold, isn't it?
They're going to do it on the patio.
What's the matter?
I know, but isn't that
Sore
cold?
throat?
It's going to, I heard, my husband's been checking the weather with
Go and
Alexa.
washing your hair and walking
And,
in cold weather this morning.
You don't get colds from being with wet hair. You can get ear infections if water goes down your ears. But I don't know what we're doing. I'm not wearing a dang on coat for my son's wedding.
Did you find out if she's pregnant?
Now, I asked, I says, honey, is she pregnant? She goes, I don't care if she is or not. He goes, no. I said, swear? And he goes, swear. I says, you know how to go further? He says, swear to God on your life.
Oh, gosh. I don't like people swearing on my life.
So I don't know if he would never lie to me. He didn't look like he was lying to me. And I called him and he didn't answer. And then he called me back and we were just, talking. Because me and my son, we have like the relationship where we can talk about anything, anytime, anywhere. And he goes, Mom, I got to call you back. I have to figure out what kind of tampons Becca needs. I go, what? Yeah, I'm buying her tampons. I said, I'm pretty good at that. What does she need? He goes, no, I better call her. It's just important. So I said, okay, call me back later. And my husband says, you look confused. And I says, Yeah, maybe it's a ploy to get my mind off of it. Because, I'm thinking maybe she is. And I know I wouldn't be upset if he lied to me because to keep a secret,
How old is he and how old is she?
She's third. He just turned 31 yesterday. His birthday was on the 28th.
Oh, okay.
And she turned 30 in November.
Uh-huh. Hi, Lisa
It's
D.
about a year. It's about a year.
Lisa D,
But
look.
they're really good with each other, and her
Well,
mother.
hey, ladies, I'm gonna have to let you go. I gotta
Okay.
go. I gotta do my fatherly duties. My son's coming down with something, so
Oh, no. Okay, I hope he feels
sore
better.
throat, and
Oh,
yeah,
oh,
and
gosh.
he just called into work, so he never misses work. So when he calls in, I know he's not doing well.
Yeah.
That
all
that
right.
kid will go to work when.
That's where my
Hope he
husband
feels
is.
better.
Yeah, yeah. Anyways, you ladies have a great evening, and everybody online have a great evening,
As well, Doug.
and don't stay up late,
Yeah, okay.
It's already
girls.
8 here.
I know. I don't know how you guys do it because,
friend
I got
Lisa.
old man sleeping patterns, and you normally when I fall asleep, you guys are hitting it big, and that's why you don't see me on here that much because I can't stay up that late.
I stay
Yeah,
up.
I can't. I gotta go to bed in a
when I
minute
don't
here.
have school. But tomorrow, my husband has an 8 o'clock appointment with his pulmonologist to go over the results of his
Anyways,
biopsy.
bye, girls.
Bye.
He has to leave at 7. Then he says he always tells me his agenda, what's going on, which is okay. He goes, yeah, I'm going to go to the doctor. That'll probably take 2 hours because they never see you right on time anyways. Then I'm going to go out to breakfast because I need a good breakfast and I'm hungry. And then I'm going to go visit my mom. So we're talking about at least 6 hours. So if I hit the hay in about a half an hour, I can sleep all morning long and not even be woken up. So, but with the cold, I don't sleep in the same room with him because it's not good for him to get a cold with the COPD.
Mm-hmm.
So I hope we find some answers with the biopsies. I looked at his results and I said, I got to close this up. I can't look at it anymore because I don't know how to read it and I don't want to go Googling and WebMD and finding out things now.
Mm.
We hope for the best. That's for sure why he has all this mucusy. And they can't understand. I mean, he's in fantastic shape. I mean, usually COPD patients are struggling with their health in different aspects. Usually their blood levels and counts are all over the board. But he has a constant good, great. And they can't figure out, does he have COPD? Because they have to look down. They did say he does have
Lots of insomnia in here, Cashmere.
COPD, so we know that, but they just can't figure out where's all the mucus coming from. I don't know. We'll find out with all the specimens.
Well, Sleuth, I do have a recliner in the other room.
Oh, you do?
Uh-huh. 2 of them. We have 2.
Oh, dear.
I had 2 and I gave them away. Now I wish I had them.
You want a massage chair, believe me.
Oh, I do. Yeah, I do.
I don't know if I could adjust to that.
Oh, you'll adjust to it quite nicely.
Yeah, well, I'm going to have to get one.
You will adjust to it quite nicely.
Oh, I don't know.
Trust me.
Trust you?
Yeah.
Of course I trust you, Carolyn. I like you. I love you. You're a great person.
Thanks.
Even no matter what they say, I just, I some days I'll sit back and I'll just look at the chat, and that's all I do because when I work at the school, I'm getting paid to observe.
Right.
And that's all I am. I'm looking and I'm looking. If something is going on the chat, I'll go, whoa, what's going on? I can spot newbies really good, how they act and how they come in.
Right.
And then I'm just, I believe in growing our community because
Yeah.
that's always good. But some days, like when that other channel gets off, we have influx
Right.
of so many coming over, and it's.
Yeah, they usually can't hide their true colors for long.
No, they can't, and I
Yeah.
can spot them out, or you know, you got the ones that are more direct, and then you got the ones that want to be your friends, sort of trying to inch on.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's why I questioned who was that vinyl guy or vinyl records or whatever he was last night. I go, who are you? I never seen you before. And I thought maybe it was Brett doing an
Oh, doing a joke or something?
you know, I don't know.
Yeah.
I said, you know, I says, who are you? I goes, oh, I'm me. Okay, you're you. I'm me. You know, I didn't want to come out direct. Where'd you come from? You know. So I just sit back and I'll just observe and listen. And I love you guys. You are awesome. I mean,
Love you
because
too.
even my husband gets involved. And when you were really sick, first thing I hear in the morning is, "Have you heard from MRB? How's she doing?" And I go, "Well, she had a stream going on, you know, and they say she's doing okay. You know, she's having this problems, that problem." And I go, "Oh, that's good. That's good." Now I'm glad she's getting,
Yeah.
you know, better. And then I was catching up on. I wanted
No,
to see.
not you.
I wanted to see what
Vinyl, a video.
Steven said because I heard about it, but I didn't really visualize it.
Right.
And to it, so I had it on, and he was eating dinner, and I was sitting there watching it, and he said all those things, and my husband goes, "Is that what he said?" Oh my God! I'm like, that is so wrong and disgusting. I go, yeah. Then I turned it off. I know what was coming up, and
Yeah.
and then we were listening to that one where she really laid into her before she got.
Is that the one that got the channel terminated?
I don't know if it was. I missed that one, but there was one where it was all you. And
Yeah. It was one that was so bad. Everybody was emailing me, telling me, "Oh my gosh, there's one that is just so unbelievably vile. I've reported it like 10 times," and that I kept getting email after email.
Yeah, my husband was listening to it, and he goes, "How can she get away with that shit online?" I don't know.
She didn't that time.
I don't know. She always says she's always mean. She's always disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
I go, she has no core, Mark. She has no core. You don't have a core. That's how you end up with. You don't have a core. It's all about you. You know,
Right.
Everybody has a core that they have to answer to.
You're a
You
good
know?
video.
Because I always said to my son, don't ever betray your core.
Mm-hmm.
Because you got to live with it. You got to live with it.
Yeah, definitely.
And that's how he was. I mean, he's straightforward. If he does something wrong, he's the first one to admit it. I done wrong. I am so sorry. You know, he had
yeah, definitely.
you know, he had a little bit of a problem on his new job, and he came to somebody that didn't know that he said that. So now the guy was kind of offended, and he says, "Listen, man, I did not mean that. I was just shooting the crap with the boys, but I didn't want you to hear it from anybody else because that was just wrong with me. It didn't meant to come out like that, you know." And they hugged. Two grown men hugging. You know,
Mm-hmm.
he says, "Mark, I can tell you're being honest because you're looking in my eyes,
Right.
straight. You're not wavering. You stay right on my eyes." You know, he called me up upset because he hit a bird with his windshield. I go,
Aw.
"Honey, it happens, honey.
Yeah.
Not with my new truck." I go, "I'm sorry, you're up there kind of high, you know."
Yeah. Yeah.
But how we raised him is absolutely the best job I ever did. Evidently, she was not raised properly because no raised properly person acts like that. Even to being a show off, after a while, it just gets old.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I hear you.
She's driven. She's driven to be mean, nasty.
Well, and if her mother and her sister watch her and they're
Yeah.
not repulsed by her, then they're the same. That's the way they are.
Really grew up
Yeah.
with her like this,
Right.
just like my sister. We expect that kind of behavior out of my sister. You expect that kind of behavior with Natasha.
Right.
I can't understand. I don't know her personally, but I sure would like to know, because then I could come to my conclusions a little bit faster.
Mm-hmm.
Sit on, like, hey, I'm lost. Can I sit on your porch?
Yeah.
Evidently there was
Right.
something was going to happen at her house, and that's why she was at the hotel and she thought she was going to be
Swatted at it. Yeah, at a casino. You got to be real worried, right? You're going to get swatted at a casino. Come on. So ridiculous.
I can't see that ever happening, because
No, it's just
like
it's just deflection. All it is deflection.
everything that she said is deflecting to the fact she was caught.
Exactly. And everybody's a moron, and everybody's so stupid, and that's not what happened, and you guys are so wrong, and that, yeah, of course, it's all she ever does.
All I can think that, why did it take 4 hours? Because I bet she went to every individual mod.
Right.
And
What should we
told
do?
the
What should we do? Just like
story.
when she bought all those clothes instead of the food from the
This-
COVID fund. What were they going to do? What are they going to do?
Tell her I'd like to go out with the people and have my fun, but she will never admit anything bad that she did. Because a doctor would tell you, stay home.
Yeah.
If you're that sick,
They're
stay
not
home.
going to tell you, oh, your blood pressure's high, you're sky high, and you've got an ear infection, and you have your pituitary gland that's ready to explode, and your head is swollen. Yeah, go to the casino. That'd be good.
Every time you turn your head, you get dizzy.
Yeah, that'd be good. And you passed out there last time?
Because that's what Parker said. Oh, every time she turns her head, she gets dizzy. I'm so worried about that. And the night before, on her first night off, she came in for a few minutes because she just couldn't stay off for a while.
All
She
right,
just wanted.
Bobbity Bob, good night.
She goes, oh my gosh,
Cheers.
she sounds so horrible. I'm really worried about that. That's not Natasha. And then the next day, she's at the casino. God be with her at her time of sin, please. God grace her. I'm sure she'll pick up that and somebody will run with it. Because after all, they do have their spies in here.
Yeah.
Hey, what's your plans for tomorrow, dear? Gonna go make a snowman? Scoots.
No, it's all it's that real heavy, wet stuff that's
Oh, you already tried to make the snowman?
no, but just taking it off the windshield.
Oh.
It's
Where'd
that
you-
real heavy stuff.
Oh, you went out tonight?
And wet. Yes, ma'am.
Wow. You're a real trooper out in the snow.
Where'd you go?
Where'd you have to
Yeah.
run off to?
Oh, I just went to the store. That was it. Grocery store.
Casino?
Nothing major.
Casino? Casino? Casino?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Wait a minute. I hear that Indiana, or is that Illinois?
Do you have a
Has the
casino
Golden
around
Gate.
you?
Yeah, we do. Yeah. There are some, yes.
We actually have,
Yep.
we have
Yeah.
about 1, 2, 3 in the lower Michigan.
I don't have any desire. I have a casino 30 minutes away. Is brand new. I have no desire to go there.
Like when we go downtown when we were social and not pre-COVID, we'd go down to the fish house because they have good sushi.
Yeah, they have good restaurants there. That would be probably the only thing.
Yeah.
And they have a big water park, which unfortunately, when it was built, it was like the height of COVID. So we've never even been there. And we usually go to every water park there is.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, it's just been,
But I went in there and they still can smoke in casinos, and you just smell it and you go, ugh.
oh, you can't smoke in these.
Oh, we can.
Oh, no.
Well, yeah, because what are they going to do? Gamblers are usually smokers.
Yeah, I know.
Not
No,
necessarily.
I know. There's other addictions. Yeah, I understand. Drinkers, smokers, and
But
midnight
my son,
tokers. And
he took his boss to, our Greek town, and his boss said, hey, aren't you going to gamble? And he goes, no, I don't. I'm not really into it. And he goes, here's 100. Go make you some money. And he won 600. He says, I'm done. And he goes, you're done? And he goes, yeah. I know when to stop because I should have stopped once before when my friend gave me $100 bill for my birthday, and I was up $800, and I kept going, and I lost it all.
Yep.
So he quit 600. He says, put it in his bank. Nice little cushion. So yeah, I don't like them. I never found. I'd rather read a boring book than go to a casino. It's just not my cup of tea. I like my money where it's at. I don't like to lose it unless somebody's going to say, here's 20,
Right.
go
Yeah,
ahead.
here, I'll give it to you back.
But I did go to the Niagara ones, and I says, my limit is 20. If I use it all, I'm walking out. And 2 pulls of the slot machine, it just goes cha-chunk, 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 cha-chunk. And I go, what's happening? And the guy goes, you won big. I go, how big? And he goes, I don't know, at least 100. And I put it in the bucket, and I says, bye. And he goes, where are you going? I go, I'm going home. I'm done. He goes, no, that's not how you do it. I go, this is how I do it.
Yeah.
And it was Canadian money. So the Canadian dollar was, we made money on Canadian money.
Right.
So we got a big, like 100 was 120, you know, in Canadian. So I come home with 120. And my husband says, oh, I thought you'd be gone longer than that. And I said, no, 120. I used 2 pulls and I came home. And then he'd say, well, you actually didn't win 120 because you put 20 towards it. And I go, oh my gosh, Mark, please. Because you spent a few. And I said, I didn't spend the full 20. So no, actually I didn't win that because that was my money just being put back into my pocket.
Right.
So
Well,
I do like to go look at the Niagara Falls one was nice. It was pretty nice. Buffalo didn't really find too many attractions on the Buffalo side. It was kind of, I don't know, we haven't been in 20 years, so I really don't know if they changed. But my son loved New York. When they went through there to New York, he went to that big, it's the name of a chair. I can't say that word.
Adirondacks? Adirondacks?
Yeah. He
That's
went
where
there.
Lisa H. lives, yeah.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Wow. And they went to
I'm on the
Maine.
opposite side. I'm on the opposite side of, she's on one side of upstate New York in the Adirondack Mountains, and I'm in the Catskill Mountains.
Wow, it's beautiful up there. He said it's really beautiful. And then they went to Maine, and they stayed their majority of their up in Maine for a while. And they went to this one mountain where he took a video. He could hardly stand how fierce the winds was up there. But he had fun. They went to, and then they went down to Connecticut because he had, oh gosh, I told him, Mark, you know, you never get nothing for free. You're always going to be having to pay out on something. They want you to buy a timeshare. So they keep you for 3 days, and you have to go and listen to their spiel, and you get a package of, you know, free, you know, room and board. And I go, wasn't it boring? He goes, yeah, it was hard to keep my interest, you know.
Good night, Tavis.
But yeah, 3 days of free room and board, and then he had to do the long drive, which would have been nice if Canada was open and he could have crossed over through Michigan, because he had to go all the way from New York or Connecticut and then go to Pennsylvania, go through Ohio. It took him a hell of a long time. It was like 20 hours driving. He waited to the last minute. So he said it would have been easier if he could have gone Pennsylvania, got into Canada, and drove that, because that takes a lot of time off. Pennsylvania is a nice state too. It has.
Oh, yeah.
They have big mountains, but not big like down in, you know, in Tennessee. But they're nice. I always enjoyed it when we went to visit our relatives. It was like clean living. You know, you go in there and you just smell that air, and then you come back home and you go, you know, and it was just you get up in the morning and there's dew, like in June, July. You got dew out there.
Yeah.
You don't see dew in the city.
Oh, really? Yeah.
No, we're on the outskirts. We're close to Ann Arbor, but
Oh,
we get this weather has been strange. I don't know. It's been really
remember that
strange.
baby Jessica story in Ann Arbor where they had to give the baby back? They were
Oh my God,
adopting.
so sad. They had her for quite a few years.
Yeah, like she was like 2 or almost 2.5 or something.
Yeah, that was so sad. We had some major murders in Michigan. You had the guy, he killed co-eds in Ann Arbor. And one of my friends, her sister dated him for 1 or 2 dates, and then she said he was weird. And then we had a family up north that were found all massacred in their cabin.
Wow.
Never found out who killed them.
Really?
Nothing. I read that book when it came out. It came out a few years ago, and I was just because we always went up there, and I said, "Hey, do you think we can find it?" And he goes, "I am not going there, Nance." I go, "Okay," but yeah, and then the missing boys in Oakland, the Oakland County child killer,
Oh.
never been found, and he killed like maybe 5 or 6 kids. And the eerie thing about it is, he didn't hide the kids; they were out in the open when he left them dead,
Wow.
which was really weird. Hey, they didn't have the means of cameras back then.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
He could be in prison somewhere, or laying low.
Yeah, or they died or something at the end. Who knows?
Yeah,
That's
and
the
then there
thing.
was the teacher that killed her husband. That was weird. And then the husband that chopped up his wife, dragged her to a state park.
Yeah, what is it
buried
with the state parks? Everybody's killing people and putting them in the state parks.
He chopped up his wife. He chopped up his wife, put her to the state park, buried her. Then he found out that they were going to go have a search, so he went back,
Dug her up.
picked up the body parts, brought it back to his garage.
I turtled them.
He was not he wasn't seen as a person of interest as yet.
Mm-hmm.
And then when they were going to do we need to do a, go inside and have looks. They got the court order.
Right.
He took the body back to the park again and reburied it. So when they were closing in on him, he dropped off the dog at his sister, and then he took off, and they didn't know where he was going. And he went all the way up north, which is it's almost up to the tip, not crossing over, to Wilderness State Park. And he was out there. He had no intentions of killing himself because he called and told them where he was. And he was just sad fishing. He was out without his shoes on, walking in the snow. He was delirious. He had every concoction made up. And they found him guilty. But he was really strange. So when we went up north, that happened in the winter, and we always go up north in August. I said, let's find where he was. So then we go into the party store, and I says, do you remember the guy? We're hunting, and he goes, oh, yeah, it was terrible up here. We had everybody come, and they like to live their life really, really quietly. That's why they're up there.
Right.
And I sort of said, well, where did they find him? And he pointed over that way. And so we went there, and sort of looked, and I go, and you got to remember, up north gets a lot of snow. They get a tremendous, they can have like 20, 30 inches of snow on the ground at one time. And I'm going, how did this guy do it with bare feet, and survived? I go, wow.
I don't know how he doesn't have frostbite.
I know, but yeah, he has a 3 squares and a cot for the rest of his life, and his children. He has 3 squares and a cot for the rest of his life, and his children, 2 of them are I think they had 2 daughters or maybe 1 daughter, is being raised by the aunt. It's all sad because the kids are the ones that suffer, you
Mhm.
know, because the parent kills the parent
Yeah.
in the other case too. So basically, I read a lot of murder mysteries from Michigan, and
Right.
I think I'm running out of material.
Thomas McCann, I've never heard of it. Turtle gum.
But I have 2 books on my Kindle. One is a case that in Oregon, a family of 7 disappeared while going out to look for, pine limbs to decorate their house. Nobody's never seen them, and it's been like 37 years.
Wow.
And they had the reason why I got with it because I watch a YouTube channel where scuba divers go and find cars and rivers and lakes because people are missing, and they thought, well, maybe they went over the cliff.
Right.
They couldn't find anything. So I said, oh, I'm going to read this book. So I bought it. And then the next night, someone was saying, it was some man. It was in the early 1930s or 40s. He butchered his whole family except the son because somehow he set him off to go play and hang with his friends. It was on Christmas Day to go hang with his friends because he knew his 16-year-old son would try to save his family. So he sent them away. And I got that book to read. But
uplifting.
yeah, I love a lot of murder mysteries. I've always been into
Right. Yeah. But I got to go to bed, and you got to go get tested if you don't feel better tomorrow.
Did you say I had to?
Yes. I said you had to.
Oh, yeah, I can make an appointment online before I go bed. Oh, I'm sorry if I took over the conversation.
No, not at all. Not at all. But
I find you very uplifting, and it's like
you.
a friend that I've met
On
personally.
the internet. Yeah. Right.
I sense goodness in you.
Thank you.
And anybody that says anything different, well, don't worry. I go with alters and I let them have it. So I get in and out quickly before they can block me. Who was that? Okay.
All right, Nancy. Well, I hope you feel better tomorrow, and
keep doing what you're doing to get better.
Yeah. Okay. Good night, Scooter. Good night, Davita.
Good night, everybody.
Everybody in the chat. Prayers for all that need them. God bless you guys. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Stay well. Stay safe. Bye-bye. Love you.